Good morning and welcome back to Trial Watch with Demetra. I am Judge D Lit, as I like to call myself in this non-official official capacity, otherwise known as Demetra Lit All Day. And we started a trial watch yesterday afternoon, kinda for us abruptly. I did not have this trial on my calendar. However, good morning, Kurt Vixen. However, I took note of it. It caught my attention, and we are now following the state of Florida versus Jermaine Bass, what's been dubbed as the bedtime murder trial. Okay, just a really quick recap. Jermaine Bass is accused of and standing trial for the unaliving of his 5-year-old daughter, Jayla Bass, the attempted murder of his 8-year-old son, Jermaine Bass Jr., who they referring to during the trial as JJ. Both kids were shot in the head, a total of 5 shots that morning. 4 into the head of his daughter, 1 into the head of his son. This was on August 29th of 2022. Somehow, some way, Jermaine Bass told the police officers, the responding EMTs, that this was an accidental shooting. 5 shots rang out, 4 hit, 3 into the head of his daughter, 1 into the head of his son. However, he claims that it was an accident. Now, yesterday was the first day of the trial. One peculiar note of importance is that we heard during the opening statements the defense is putting on a who done it, who really done it argument. They actually stated in the defense opening statement, do we really know who did this? And there's some speculation or some fingers maybe pointing at the mom, the ex-wife, Shirley Bass. So this is part 2 here on Trial Watch with Demetra, but in real time, they're on day 2. Just started this morning, but we are on part 2 of day 1. It's not going to be too much commentary at all from me this morning, but I'm here watching. I'll probably be in the comments making, in the chat box, in the Little Lane Jury box, in the chat making comments. But I came on extra early so we can kind of get caught up. So let's go ahead and get into this. This is where we left off yesterday. So far, we heard the 911 call. We heard from the neighbor who called 911. Wasn't too much information there. Good morning, I'm bothered for real. And we heard, that's what we heard so far yesterday. Okay, let me go ahead and say that this, because of the nature of this trial, it's one that you may want to be aware of, that it may be a trigger warning for some. So definitely take care of yourself in those instances. Again, for the first part of here, I'm just going to let it run through because I'm trying to catch up. We only a half a day behind. Okay, so I keep saying, let me stop talking. I hope you guys are off to a great start on today. We're covering the murder trials during night court that starts each night, Monday through Thursday at 7 p.m. Please hit the like. Let me see. Good morning. Let me share this on my screen. Oh, boom. Here we go. All right, I'm in the chat with you guys. I'm gonna push play. Let's see. Trying to get caught up to the trial today.
Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deputy Rahman. That's R-A-H-M-A-N.
First name?
Adam.
Good morning, Deputy Rahman. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and I'm assigned to the Patrol Division, and I work in District 1.
All right. How long have you been working with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 4 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience before that?
No, I did not.
All right. Back on August 29th of 2022, what were you doing at that time?
I was assigned to the Patrol Division that night, and I was completing just one of my normal 12-hour shifts.
Okay. What are your general duties as a patrol deputy?
We handle various calls for service, we conduct traffic stops, and we do proactive policing to deter crime.
Now, back on August 29th of 2022, how long had you been employed as a Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputy?
I did approximately 1 year in the academy, and I was finishing up the FTO process, which is approximately 4 months.
All right, and what is that, so it's a 4-month process. During that time period, are you assigned to work with someone?
Yes, so I'm assigned to another deputy who's pretty much like he will train me per each shift, and I was finishing it up. I had 2 days left with him, and then I was going to be on my own.
All right, and who was this deputy? Who was your field training deputy?
Deputy Rainey.
Now, when as you work with Deputy Rainey, do you all ride together and go to each of the calls together?
Yes, we do. I'm typically the one driving, and he's the one sitting in the passenger seat, just foreseeing what I'm doing and making sure that I'm not messing up anything critical.
All right. Now, on August 29th of 2022, did you receive a call to respond to a scene out on Heritage Club Drive?
Yes, I did.
And did you recall what was it that you believed you were responding to at that time?
We were responding to a shooting call for service.
All right. And were you one of the first units on scene?
Yes, I was.
What did you do when you arrived?
Well, once we arrived, we coordinated with the other deputies that were on scene, and we made a tactical entry into the living room. And then what we observed once we got on scene, we observed a adult male, Jermaine Bass, the defendant, and he was holding his son, who's also named Jermaine Bass, on the couch in the living room.
Prior to going into the residence, when you pulled up, did you see anyone outside, or did you observe anyone outside?
Yes, I believe I saw it was the mother, Shirley. She was outside, and she was screaming. She was just pretty much just screaming at the top of her lungs.
Okay. And could you tell really what she was saying?
Not exactly. I can't make out what she was saying, but she was screaming.
How would you describe her demeanor at that point?
Very frantic and scared, and just horrific is a good word to use for it.
Now, when you made the tactical decision to go in, do you all take out your firearms as you do that?
Yes, we all did have our lethal weapons drawn.
All right, and what's the point of that?
Because we don't know what we're going into. When we get a shooting call for service, there is the undeniable that there is a firearm located in the house, or there isn't a firearm located in the house. And once we determine that the scene is safe and there is no credible threat, that's when we holster our weapons.
Okay. So you described that you went into the residence, you saw the defendant, Jermaine Bass,
Yes, sir.
and he was holding his child?
Yes, he was.
And just for the record right now, do you see the person you saw in that room holding that child on that day?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him just for the record?
He's sitting over there in the gray tuxedo.
Record reflects he has identified the defendant, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Now, who all entered with you, do you recall?
Yes, it was me, Deputy Rainey, Deputy Vander Bosch, Deputy White, and Deputy Nathaniel Jones. We were the initial first deputies on scene.
All right. As you go in, and you said you saw the defendant there holding his child, what else did you go upstairs?
So I did not go upstairs. Once we observed the defendant, Jermaine Bass, holding his son, we observed what appeared to be a gunshot wound to the left side of his head. And immediately we just attempted to render medical aid. Me and my partner, Deputy Vander Bosch, we grabbed our agency-issued medical kit, and we began to wrap his head in gauze to try to put pressure on the wound and stop the bleeding.
All right. Did you hear the father saying anything about what happened?
Yes, he made the spontaneous statement that it was an accidental discharge.
All right. Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that day?
Yes, I was.
All right. And have you had a chance to review what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes, I have.
All right, and does this pretty fairly accurately depict what you saw when you went through on that morning?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Judge, just renewing objections to your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Hey, can you really help him? Yep, they're up here. Oh, please, now. The gun discharge. Somebody got a med bag, get a med bag. You want to bring him out? Please, sir. They're coming, they're coming. Hey, can you hear me? They're here, they're coming. They're coming. Over here? Yeah, they're putting it upstairs, we turned it off. Alright, y'all ready? It's okay. You're okay. Not yet. We got 2 drinks over here. What happened upstairs? Said it was an accidental discharge. Accident discharge. Even the one upstairs? Yes. Where's he at? Oh, we got a light on? Here, I'll give it out. Thank you. Alright, here. You got that? Okay, well, we got these bands up. Want to throw this on? Where's the firearm? In the room. In the master bedroom. In the master bedroom on the dresser. Okay. You packed those. Where's he hit? Where's he hit? I don't know where he's hit. Who's in the leg? So he's got one in the head. Got one on the side, one in the head. Here, let's see. Yeah, here. We're gonna have to lift this out. It was going, I was trying to take out the magazine and all. Alright, we'll get it figured out this time. What happened upstairs? Get enough of his life. Nothing happened upstairs. There we go, down side. Alright, do you have those 2 pins? I got one. Alright. Alright, we got those pins. We got one. Okay, let's see if we can check him for more injuries. Not yet. That's another discharge here. We got another victim upstairs. We got another. Still don't have a seat. Where's the gun? Be honest. It's upstairs on the dresser. On top of it? Or in the dresser? On top of the dresser. Okay. Or it should be in the dresser, in that silver dresser. So the middle in the master bedroom, yes. Okay. He's got one here. Good. What's the one upstairs? Hey, what's up? What's upstairs?
Worse upstairs.
Adult?
No, juvenile, female.
Okay. Take this one to the rescue time. No. To juvenile.
Stay right where you're at. Now, what for me real quick? That's the back down or what? Put your hands on your head. Just put it on your head. Your head. Your head. Hey, where's that one injured at, you know?
He's got something on the side of the head and his head. That's all we saw.
Alright, I'll see you now.
Yep. Here. Coming down now. We have a 4-year-old.
Where at?
Hey, through and through.
So you're saying that whatever happened to him, is that your son? Both of those are my kids. Both of those are your kids. So it accidentally discharged and hit your son. What happened to your daughter upstairs?
It was just one
They were
round?
both in the bed together? Yes. I think I remember from the last. You're saying both kids were in the bed together?
Deputy, a couple quick questions following that. So when that video shows you walking in, the sound doesn't come on for a little while. Why is that?
So en route to the call, the body cam was muted because I was having a conversation with my FTO while getting to the call, and we didn't want that just to be for the a minute or 2 minutes that it was prior to the video that captured audio, just because I was fairly new at the time, so he was kind of walking me through and maybe just calming my nerves a little bit, and that's essentially why it was.
Okay, so did you manually turn on the sound so that it would pick up the?
Yes, once we made entry, I manually turned it on.
Okay. That thing that they brought in where you pulled out, what is that called? Where you pulled out the gauze?
That is our agency-issued medical kit, and it carries things such as quick clot, I think there's extra tourniquets, gauze, things of that nature to, render aid in instances like this.
Okay, and every deputy carries one in their vehicle?
Yes.
All right. After tending the boy's injuries and you went out, did you do anything else while you were at the scene?
Once the scene was cleared and both juveniles were removed from the residence, my next task was scene safety and the security of the scene. I stood in the front door while just maintaining the crime scene until I was tasked to do a neighborhood survey with the adjacent building next to it.
And what is the neighborhood survey?
Neighborhood survey essentially is what it is deputies will go and they'll knock on other doors or people that were close to the incident, such as neighbors, just to see if they want to do an interview and see if they heard anything, saw anything, just to gather more information.
And after you did that neighborhood survey, did that conclude your involvement in the case?
Yes, that was my conclusion. That concludes my involvement in the case after that neighborhood survey.
I have one moment here.
Yes.
Judge, I will pass the witness at this time.
All right. Cross.
Morning, Deputy. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am. Good. How are you?
All right, I'm good, thank you. At the time that this happened, you indicated that you were in training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you were what, 2 days from being on your own?
Yeah, phase 4, day 5 to be precise.
Right. And Deputy Rainey, who was here in the hallway, and you've seen that was your FTO?
Yes, ma'am.
An FTO field training officer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you arrived about 10:33 to the scene, is that correct?
Approximately that time, yes, ma'am.
And I just want to talk to you very briefly about the lady that you saw outside. It's safe to say that you saw her pretty briefly, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, potentially just walking past her to get inside of the apartment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you've never met her before, correct?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, on your body cam there, I heard Mr. Bass talking about where the gun is, and I heard him talking about being on, and I also heard him say it's in the silver dresser. Do you remember both of those?
Yes, ma'am. I believe he made both those statements.
Thank you. Now, when you entered the scene, it looks like you're rendering aid. Is that with Deputy Vanderbosch?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you first entered, until you took over care, you and Deputy Vonderbosch, of the son, JJ. Blood was actually coming down from JJ down to Mr. Bass and onto the couch, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I also heard Mr. Bass, he's saying, please now call the paramedics, please now. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, we see a pat down. Is that pretty much just standard because a gun is involved in this case?
It was standard, yes, because the firearm wasn't involved and we had not located it at that time.
Okay. And you did not find anything during that, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And may I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Roman. I don't have any further questions for you.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
ma'am.
Be released from his subpoena.
He is not, and I ask you to remain on this floor just for a little bit.
All right. You need to remain here at the courthouse for a little bit. Call your next witness.
Data call Deputy Jason White.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. You come this way.
I've always taken revenge, and just no objection to testimony and evidence.
All right, thank you. Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Morning, my name is Deputy Jason White, Jasonwhite.
Thank you, Deputy. Deputy, how are you currently employed?
I'm a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy
How long have you been working as a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy?
since June 2020.
What are your duties as a Hillsborough County Sheriff's Deputy?
I'm a patrol deputy.
Okay, what do you do in that?
I respond to calls for service and then conduct proactive patrols.
All right, back on August 29th of 2022, what was your position back at that time?
I was a patrol deputy.
All right. And did you receive a call to respond to a scene out on Heritage Club Drive?
I did.
All right. Is that located here in Hillsborough County?
It is.
Okay. And how were you close by the scene when you got the call?
Yes, I was.
All right. Was that kind of your general area where you worked as well?
Yes, it's part of my district area.
All right. And what was your belief that you were responding to at that time?
A shooting.
Okay. And were you one of the first units on the scene?
Yes.
All right. As you arrived at the scene, did you see anyone on the outside?
I saw a woman.
Okay, and describe to the jury what this woman was like.
She was frantic and she was screaming towards the other deputy who I was with.
Okay. So you were riding with another deputy at that time?
There was another deputy who was in front of me.
Okay. So you all arrived kind of on the same time?
Yes.
And what deputy was that?
Deputy Jones.
All right. So who all enters into do you enter in the house?
Yes.
All right, who all enters in the house with you?
Deputy Jones.
Okay. And going back to that woman, did you have any involvement with her out there?
She was just yelling at us, so
Okay, but you didn't actually speak to her or have any conversations with her?
we didn't really interact with her.
All right. So when you went into the residence, what were you doing?
We were checking to see what was going on, for one.
Okay. What did you see when you went in there?
There was a adult male sitting on the couch, and then there was a little boy in his arms.
All right. Did you have your guns out?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do at that point?
We began clearing the house.
All right. Explain to the jury what it means when you say you're clearing the house.
So we have to clear a house. We have to confirm that there's not someone in there that's still armed, that is still a threat, that if we start to render aid, someone else might come out and try to injure someone else while we're still there.
Okay. And so where did you go to clear the house?
We went to the staircase to go upstairs.
All right. And who all went upstairs?
Deputy Jones and I.
And where did you go when you went up there?
I went into the kids' bedroom.
Where did Deputy Jones go?
He went into the master bedroom.
Describe to the jury, when you go in up the stairs, where is the kids' bedroom?
So when you go up the stairs, the kids' bedroom is directly in front of the staircase, and then you have a bathroom immediately to our left-hand side, and the master bedroom is behind us.
All right. What did you see when you went into the kids' bedroom?
I saw blood on the floors and in the walls, and then I saw a bunk bed on my left-hand side.
All right. And what did you do at that point?
I checked the room, and then I checked the bunk bed.
All right. And what did you see in the bunk bed?
On the top bunk, I found a little girl.
All right. And could you tell anything about the little girl?
She was laying on her side, facing towards me. She was laying in blood, and she had a bullet hole in the center of her forehead.
What did you do at that point?
I told the other deputies what I found, and I went to grab a med bag.
All right. And those are another deputy's already testified. Those are things you keep in everyone has in all the
Yes.
deputies have in their cars, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you do that because the paramedics weren't there yet, right?
Yes.
All right. So you go down and get the med bag. Do you go back up?
Yes.
And what do you do when you go back up?
When I go back up, we started putting pressure on the wounds that she had until the medics arrived.
All right. Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that day?
Yes.
All right. And I'm showing you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibit number 3. Is this in fact, did you review that and see that?
Yes.
All right. And does this fairly and accurately depict what you did when you first arrived on that scene?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'm published.
All right.
Sheriff's office. How many people are inside? Anybody else in here? Is there anybody upstairs? No. Hey, can you two go and help him? We'll clear up here. I'll hook around. Yeah. Sheriff's office, anyone upstairs? I'm going in here. You guys trying to clear? Oh, what's going on? You see a fire? Hey, sweetie! Oh. Hey, we got another one up here. Hey, we got another one up here. That's clear. Let me grab my med bag. Hey, see the fire still up there with her? She's still breathing. Start holding pressure, let me grab my med.
All right, and what do you, at that time, is that when you go outside to get the med bag?
Yes.
And you actually brought it in?
Yes.
Okay. And you go back upstairs?
Yes.
All right, and at that point in time, had the paramedics arrived yet?
Not yet.
All right. Did they get there soon after?
Yes.
All right. After the paramedics arrived and took the little girl, what was your duties at that time? Or what was your position? What were you supposed to do?
Immediately after, I was just holding the scene upstairs.
Okay, what does that mean by holding the scene?
I'm standing up there, making sure no one who's not allowed to be in there comes up there.
All right. Did you, once you were cleared out of the house, did you have any other involvement in the case?
Yes.
And what was that?
I was instructed to drive the mother to the hospital.
All right. And the mother, is that the woman we see on that video right there?
Yes.
The one who was screaming at the very beginning of the video?
Yes.
All right. And which hospital did you drive her to?
Tampa General.
And what was her condition on the drive?
She was frantic.
Okay. Did she say anything to you while you were driving?
I'm gonna object here, say.
Who's stained?
All right. How was she when you got her to the hospital?
She
Demeanor, like, is she still the same, or?
she was still frantic. She was uncooperative with wanting to go in the hospital.
Okay. And she, when you say that, what do you mean by that?
She was scared to go in the hospital.
After getting her to the hospital, what did you do?
I left her with another deputy and then the hospital staff.
Okay. And was that everything that you did in this case, or did you ever go back to the scene?
No, I was ordered to go back to the scene.
All right. So after dropping her off at the hospital, at Tampa General Hospital in downtown, you drove all the way back up there to the scene?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do at that point when you got to the scene?
I was told I took the father from another deputy and placed him in the back seat of my truck.
Okay. And did you eventually transport him to the station,
I transported him to the district office.
to the district office? How was his demeanor on the entire time he was with you?
Calm.
Calm?
Yes, he was calm.
All right. Did you do anything else on the case?
No.
Can I have 1 moment here?
Yes.
Did we approach this for 1 second?
Sure.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing further. This deputy. Thank you.
All right.
Morning still. Oh, How are you, Deputy?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm only going to ask you some additional questions. All right. When you are entering, we can hear somebody saying, come in, on your body cam. I presume that's Mr. Bass, correct?
Can we play the body cam again? I don't remember hearing it. I'll have to watch it again.
Okay. Oh, I'm like, where is it? It's hiding there, thank you. You would ask to play the body cam.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. No, no. Ah, there we go. All right, I'll play it again for you. And I'm just going to turn it off after you walk in, if that's okay.
Sheriff's office, how many people are inside?
Okay? Did you hear that?
I did.
All right. Does that refresh your memory now about somebody saying, come in, a male voice from inside the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy. All right. There's some questions being asked when y'all have come into the townhouse. And a question is asked about, is there anybody else inside? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Bass originally says no. However, you actually heard something else being said, did you not? And please tell the jury what you heard.
Yes, I heard him mumble something about a little girl as I walked by him.
In fact, you documented that in your report.
Yes.
Okay. When you went upstairs, the only question I want to ask you about concerning Jayla Bass is, you saw a shell casing by her foot?
Yes.
Just one, right?
There's one showcase.
But you're not looking for evidence at that point. You're trying to help her.
Correct.
Right, okay. Now, Mr. Bass was in your patrol vehicle for several hours, waiting to be transported?
He was back there for a long time, yes.
Okay, all right. And had you ever met him before?
No.
Okay. And you have described him as calm. He was cooperative with you, didn't give you any problems, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also described him as being quiet, that he's very quiet. Is that fair?
Yes.
His demeanor? Okay. All right. All right. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Shut this down. Okay. Thank you, Deputy White. No other questions?
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. He released from his subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor. You say yes.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
City Call Deputy Nathaniel Jones.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
You can come this way. Good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Deputy Nathaniel Jones.
NATHANIELJONES.
Thank you, Deputy. Deputy, how are you employed?
I am employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
What is your job at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am a law enforcement deputy.
Okay. Do you have any specific duties there as a member of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am assigned to District 1 Patrol.
All right. And as part of a patrol, you go out and you respond to scenes, you pull over traffic infractions, that sort of thing. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. What was your position back on August 29th of 2022?
I was in the same capacity as a patrol deputy.
How long have you been working with the Sheriff's Office at that time?
At that time, roughly 1 year.
All right. Prior to that, had you had any law enforcement training or experience?
No.
Okay. Now, did you receive a call to respond out to a scene on Heritage Club Drive?
Yes.
And what did you believe you were responding to?
I believed it was a 911 emergency call. The details of the call weren't, to my knowledge, given because of the open line status of the caller.
Okay. But you knew you were responding to shots being fired?
Yes.
Okay. And were you one of the first units on the scene?
Correct.
When you pulled up, did you see anyone as you were walking up?
Yes.
What did you see?
I seen as I was driving up to the residence, I seen a male who was pointing in the direction of the residence, trying to guide me to the correct residence.
Okay. And then what did you see when you got to the residence?
Once I got to the residence, I seen a female exit the residence and approach me as I got out of my vehicle.
Okay. Did you have any involvement with her?
Yes. I had asked her, first she volunteered the information that her.
Objection, hearsay.
Judge, he's just arriving on scene. She's in,
Establish a predicate.
yes. What was her demeanor at that time? What was her behavior like?
She was frantic.
Okay. And did she appear to be under an emotional stress of what had happened?
Correct.
Judge, I believe this would be considered an excited utterance.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. And so as you approached her, what was going on?
She was telling me that her son had been shot.
Okay. And what did you do when she said that? What did you do?
I tried to get information as to who had shot her son, and if the person who had shot her son was still within the area.
Okay. And did she respond to you?
She was very frantic, but she just kept saying, "My son, my son, my son."
Okay. And did you go into the scene, into the apartment?
I did. I made that decision once I realized I wasn't gonna get any additional information to try and clear the scene.
All right. And were you one of the first ones into the apartment?
That is correct.
All right. And did you come with your guns drawn?
That is correct.
All right. What did you see when you went into the residence?
As I entered the front door of the residence, I seen a gentleman, adult male, and a juvenile male sitting on the living room couch.
Okay. Who all entered the residence with you at that time?
Deputy White and myself were the first two to enter the residence.
All right. After seeing that male holding his son, what did you do at that point?
I asked him if there was anyone else in the residence. I realized it was a two-story residence, so for safety of the deputies and everyone else, I asked if there was anyone else within the residence.
And what was his response?
He said no.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I then took the decision to clear the upstairs floor of that residence.
All right. And so where did you go at that point?
I walked up the stairs and
I seen that there were multiple bedrooms within the second floor, and me and Deputy White cleared the 2 bedrooms on the second floor.
And which bedroom did you clear?
I cleared the master bedroom first, along with the bathroom that was on that side of the upstairs floor.
All right. After clearing the master bedroom, what did you do?
I walked back to Deputy White's position where he was positioned near the children's bedroom, and I entered the children's bedroom along with Deputy White.
All right. And what did you see in the children's bedroom?
I seen bunk beds, and on the top bunk bed, we located a victim.
All right. What was this victim? What did she look like?
The juvenile female victim.
Okay, so little girl.
Yes, sir.
And what was her condition that you saw when you first saw her?
When I first saw her, she was laying on her side, facing towards the inward of the bedroom, and she had what appeared to myself to be a gunshot wound to the head.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera on this day?
I was.
All right. Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 5. It's already been admitted into evidence. Did you review that video?
I did.
And is that video a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw when you went in on that day?
Yes.
All right. Judge publish it this time?
Yes.
Judge, just renewing again any evidence or testimony based on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Who shot him? Who shot him?
It was the gun, it was the gun, it was the gun.
Did he shoot himself?
No, he did not. The gun went off. I mean, my son.
The ambulance is on the way.
Well, can you
Stay
fucking hurry up?
Stay outside.
Can you hurry up?
Sheriff's office. How many people are inside? I'm gonna go around the corner. Is there anybody upstairs? Is there anybody upstairs? Hey, can you see where we're up there? We'll clear up here. I'm gonna hook around this corner, go upward. Sheriff's office, anyone upstairs? This is their back here. You see your firearm? Free. Oh. Hey, we got another one up here. What the? There's a child up here. Single zero gunshot wound. clear. Let me grab my med bag.
Wait a second.
Hey, see the fire still up there with her? She's still breathing. Start holding breath, then we go on med. Yeah, we're having her down.
She's breathing.
Where's that?
There's a cell right here. I don't see a signal 0.
Deputy, a couple of questions about that. So when the video starts, there's no sound to it. Is that common when these body-worn cameras?
That is correct. There is a buffering period prior to activation there's no audio.
So it's like the first minute when the camera comes on, there's a where
Prior to the activation, there's no audio. So there will be video, but there will be no audio until I physically activate it myself.
Okay. Now, when you the signal 0 you all are talking about, what is that?
We're referring to a weapon. In this case, we're referring to a firearm.
So when they keep saying look or check for signal 0, you're talking about looking for basically the firearm, right?
The weapon used.
The weapon used, correct. All right. Now, the body-worn camera shuts off right there. At that point in time, what do you do?
From the end of the video, my body camera does continue to roll, but however, you're referring to
What you did
Okay.
after that point?
After that point, I pulled the victim closer towards the middle to the bed where I could, easily reach her. Once she was towards the middle of the bed, I physically picked her up and then I placed her on the bedroom floor in an effort to begin to render aid to the victim.
Okay. And so you were the one who actually physically got her off of that bed and put her down on the floor to give aid to her, correct?
That is correct.
And did Deputy White actually come back with the med bag?
Yeah, Deputy White returned with his medical bag, and I used some of the gauze that was within his medical bag to apply pressure to some of her wounds that were on her head.
All right. And did ultimately the paramedics arrive and take her?
That is correct.
All right. After the paramedics arrived and took the little girl, what was your assignment at that point?
I had went outside. My vehicle was the closest vehicle to the residence front door. Therefore, I was tasked with putting the defendant within my vehicle and holding him there.
All right. And what was his demeanor while in your patrol car?
He was calm within the back of my patrol car. We conducted a pat down on him prior to putting him in the patrol car, and he was compliant with us.
Okay. What else did you do in the investigation?
I maintained the integrity of the crime scene log until I was relieved.
Okay, and what does that mean when you talk about maintaining the integrity of a crime scene log?
We log everybody who had entered the crime scene and left the crime scene while we were on scene at that time for the crime until I'm relieved.
So by this point in time, you all had put up that yellow tape that you all put up?
That is correct. The tape had already been put up by the time I went back outside.
Okay, and it's your job at that point just to document who comes inside that tape and who doesn't. Well, not who doesn't, but who comes inside that tape, correct?
Yeah, who comes in and then leaves as well.
All right, and you did that until you were relieved of your duty on that day?
Until I was relieved the next morning at the end of my shift.
Okay, so you were there for a while?
I was there until the end of my shift the next morning, yep.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Judge, I'll pass the witness at this time.
All right.
Good afternoon, Deputy Jones. How are you?
I'm doing well.
All right, I just have some few additional questions for you. At the beginning of the body cam, we understand you have that time period where you're always, that's policy, how you're always going to have that off, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you guys, you know, don't, what is it, like a minute, that's standard that you do not record?
Prior to activation, there's a buffering
Right.
period, yes.
Right, okay. And everybody does that, there's no issue with that, correct?
Is there an issue with my camera buffering?
No, there's no issue with the fact that you don't hear anything for the first minute or so, correct? That's typical.
It can be, yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, and when you first go to the residence, the door was cracked, was it not? It was not completely open, but kind of cracked open, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I could hear somebody saying, come in to you. That's going to be Mr. Bass, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that somebody waved you down, some sort of male is trying to help you get to the scene where you were supposed to be, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And that's because you didn't even have an apartment number in the call, is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And you indicated about the female that you talked to. You tried to talk to her, but she wasn't very helpful to you, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you asked her numerous times who shot your child, and she never answered that question, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Bass was cooperative with you during the time you had contact with him, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and he's going to be in your patrol vehicle for some period of time before he is transferred to another patrol vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you had never met him before, correct?
That is correct.
And there wasn't any noticeable behavior. He was very quiet. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you're actually going to be the first deputy to enter that townhome, correct?
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about your comment about Mr. Bass when you asked, is anybody upstairs? And he says, no one. As you're entering the residence, who are you with? What deputy is with you?
I believe Deputy White was behind me.
So you're with Deputy White, and you remember Mr. Bass, and we hear on the body cam, he says no. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And that is something that you did not document in your police report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your reports, you want them to be accurate and detail things you might have seen and heard, correct?
Yes.
Especially from somebody who's being charged with a homicide, correct? You want to make sure you're documenting.
Yes.
Okay. So you're pretty quick, are you not, when you walk past Mr. Bash? You're not standing there to talk to him. You actually never stop walking. You just walk past him to go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
And Deputy White is behind you, correct?
Yes.
So if Deputy White had heard something in addition to that, you may not have heard it, right?
That's correct.
Right,
Yep.
okay. All right, may I have a moment? Deputy Jones, thank you very much. We don't have any further questions for you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you. Is he released from his subpoena?
I'm going to stay, yes, sir.
Yes, Judge, he's released.
All right, thank you. Approach the bench for a minute. It's 12:15. I will see you back here at 1:15. Same admonition, no discussion about the case, no investigation. Enjoy your lunch. All rise.
Okay, so this is a good moment. We're gonna go ahead and fast forward it. Welcome to Trial Watch with Demetra, State of Florida versus Jermaine Bass. So we finally got to see a little quick glimpse of the mom on the body cam footage. I think we're gonna see some more. I still have just as many questions today on part two. I'm still not getting it. You know, we heard the 911 call yesterday, and as you can tell, you know, we had a lot of discussion yesterday about the 911 call, and now we see that all that, no matter how you feel about the 911 call, you know, they didn't even, the emergency and the cops didn't even have an apartment number. Okay? But that's neither here or there. Now it's a question of, you know, why in the hell, this is also weird to me. You know, I don't know. I mean, we're going to keep watching. We're going to keep watching. Uh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank y'all for joining. Hit the like, please. Uh, so the kids actually shared one room, and it was bunk beds in the room. Okay, and so when I read the news articles, the stories was that the mom went to the birthday party. Oh, hold on. And that when she got back home, that she actually put the kids in bed, the mother. So the mom knew both of the kids was in the bed, and the kids got shot in the bedroom. So why was it no mention made about, hey, my daughter's upstairs, you know, check on her, my son? It was no mention on the 911 call. It was no mention when on this body cam footage we just seen, on all the body cam footage we seen from yesterday and today. It's like no mention of the daughter. Check on my daughter too. Nothing. Winter says they removed their son from the room and left the daughters upstairs down alone. Exactly. Why focus on his son? Right, exactly. And why? Because my thing would have been, you know, how they gonna even assume? I was thinking that maybe the little girl was already deceased. But how you gonna just assume that? You're not a medical personnel, right? But then Sean P said, because Apollo had just distracted me, and Apollo mentioned uh that that on the body cam footage from the EMT, the witness before this, that he made mention that the little girl was still breathing when they found her up there. So she was still alive. Let me not start hollering early this morning. And why wouldn't a mom want to go into the hospital with her gravely injured child? Where you heard that part at, Winter? I might need to put my earphones on because I'm listening, but I'm not at my desk with my earphones on. How you heard that, Winter? Damn, when I missed that part? Probably when I went to go get coffee. Oh my God. Okay, so we're gonna jump right back into this testimony. This is day one. One moment. I'm sorry. Where's my mute button on here? So this is actually day one still, right? They just started day two about an hour or so ago. So my plan is the reason why I came on early was to try to get caught up to the actual trial. So let's go ahead. I'm not giving too much commentary, but I am in the chat with you guys, okay? All right, so let me stop talking. We in the chat talking about it. Yeah, please hit the like. Let's go. Oh Lord, I didn't have the volume up. Hold on. My bad. Okay, Dimitri, let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to get it. Let's just go right there. Shit.
Or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this
Okay.
cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Danielle Janicic, Danielle Janicik.
Good afternoon, Ms. Janicic. Tell the jury where you work.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 4 years.
Explain to the jury, what is your title at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am a crime scene investigator.
Help us understand exactly what does it mean to be a crime scene investigator. Tell us what you do.
When a call for service comes out, we are the ones that go to the scene and collect evidence, take photographs, swab for suspected biological fluids, and then process for latent prints.
How long have you worked at Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 4 years.
When you started, did you get hired as a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
How many times have you been called out to a scene and been asked to do your duties as a crime scene investigator?
Hundreds.
On August 29th of 2022, is it fair to say that you've been to hundreds of scenes by that time as well?
Yes.
So on August 29th of 2022, do you get a call to be a crime scene investigator on the case we're here for today involving the defendant Jermaine Bass?
Yes.
Tell the jury what time about were you called to come out to the scene?
I was requested at about 12:20 a.m. to respond to Tampa General.
Now, when you get called to come out to a scene to be a crime scene investigator, who calls you to come? Is it like a patrol deputy or is a detective involved at that point?
Typically, it's a detective.
When you arrive after being called to a crime scene to be a crime scene investigator, do you typically meet with a detective before you conduct any of your duties as a crime scene investigator?
Yes.
On August 29th, or the morning of August 30th, when you arrived at the scene for this case, did you meet with a detective?
I did.
Who was that detective?
At the hospital, it was Detective Gibson.
So what hospital are we talking about?
Tampa General.
When you arrived at Tampa General Hospital, you meet with Detective Gibson. What do you do after you talk with Detective Gibson?
He requested that photos and evidence be collected of 2 individuals,
Who are the 2 individuals?
Jayla and Jermaine Bass.
Okay, and at the time, did you take photos at that scene?
Yes.
Then what did you do after that?
I responded to the Heritage residents, Heritage Club Drive residents, to assist my lead CSI, Shannon Bader.
When you arrived at the Heritage Club residence and you were assisting, what does it mean to assist the lead crime scene investigator? Help us understand, what does that mean?
So usually the lead is the one that is taking the photographs, the one marking evidence, collecting evidence. I am behind her doing presumptive swabs, assisting with packaging her swabs, or packaging her evidence further and getting it out of her way, or creating a scene diagram.
In this case, when you went to the Heritage Club townhome, were you asked to create a crime scene diagram?
I was.
Explain to the jury, how do you make a crime scene diagram? And do you just look around and sketch it out? What's the process to make that?
So we use something called a Faro scanner, and the easiest way to describe it is if you're looking to rent an apartment or buy a home, sometimes they have 3D virtual tours. These scanners are something similar to that. So we create a 3D virtual tour of the scene, and from that I can create a 2D diagram that is computer generated.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm asking to, or I'm going to show the witness. This has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the diagram that you created in this case of the Heritage Club address?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'm asking you to enter into evidence and publish what's with framework for identification as State's Exhibit 25.
All right, it's been admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
I'm placing States Exhibit 25. There's two pieces of paper. I'm placing 25A on the Elmo. So if you notice, I'm pointing to the bottom left corner of 25A where we're noticing the words front door. Help us understand, would this be the bottom floor or the top floor when you went to make this diagram?
This would be the bottom floor.
So if you're entering from the parking lot, you're coming through where my finger is pointing right there where it says front door.
Yes.
Immediately to our left, we see what?
A kitchen?
The rectangle, excuse me, right to the right of the word kitchen. What is that representing?
The kitchen island?
Moving along, we're going further. My finger is pointing to the words dining area. Right above that, we're seeing what looks like to be a table and chairs. Is that representative of
Yes.
table and chairs? Okay. What is just beyond that at the top of your diagram? We see two squares with W/D. Tell the jury what that represents.
It's a washer dryer closet.
Now we're going forward into the living room. It looks like we're seeing number 1 and number 2. What are those representing?
They are evidence markers.
Okay, so, and it looks like number 1 is to the left of a longer rectangle. What is that representing? That black longer rectangle at the bottom, just off to the center to the right.
It is a couch.
It looks like evidence marker 2 is just between two like darker squares to the right of the rectangle. What is that representing?
Like sofa chairs?
And to the right of that, you see a little sketch. Can you explain to the jury what we see to the right where my finger is? It's all the way to the right bottom right corner.
It was a little pink like Barbie car, like that you could sit and drive in.
Like a child's toy?
Yeah.
Now moving across the room, we see, what are we looking at right here? It looks like another rectangle. I'm pointing to the top center, almost off to the right. There's a rectangle and it looks like it has some lines like a grid. What is that representing?
Those are stairs.
So moving to 25B that I'm placing on the Elmo now, is it safe to say that the sketch diagram of 25B represents the upper level or the second floor of the townhome?
Yes.
So on the bottom left, we're looking at, do those also represent the stairs? Where my finger is pointing to the bottom left.
Yes, they do.
So you're walking up, it looks like you immediately run into, it's white, it's the outline of like a rectangle with a number 3 next to it. Explain to the jury what is number 3 representative of?
A cabinet or a shelf that was at the top of the stairs.
Right next to that, we see what looks like hallway. And then to the right of that, it looks like a line going to the right, and there's a series of small dots that connect it to the left. What is that representative of?
That is the hallway going into the front bedroom, which was the children's bedroom.
When you walk in, we're seeing a couple of different shapes, and we're seeing a couple of different words. So we're looking here to the left. There is a rectangle with 2 squares or 2 rectangles on the other sides of it, and it says dollhouse. Tell us what that means.
It was a dollhouse, like a Barbie dollhouse, that was in front of the bed.
The bed that we're looking at here to the left, it looks like we see a top rectangle and then a lower rectangle that is visible from the top aerial view. Explain to us why can I see the bottom one even though I can see the top one as well?
It was a double bunk bed with a larger bed at the bottom.
So what did it look like? Maybe it was like a twin over full or a twin over king. They're different sizes.
Yes, there were different sizes.
Gotcha. Now we're looking at, we can see on the top a number to the left. It looks like B2. Do you see that right there?
Yes.
What is that representative of?
It was a marker of, I believe it was a suspected bullet hole.
Okay, and we see also the numbers. It looks like on the top bunk here, we see number 6, number 11, number 8, number 10, and number 9. What is that representative of?
Those are all evidence markers.
Number 5, we see with a line. Is that being attributed, number 5, to an evidence marker?
Yes.
And would that be on the top or the bottom bunk?
I believe it was the bottom bunk.
Okay. Now, looking over to the right, we see what anytime we see these numbers, is it safe to say those are evidence numbers?
Yes.
So we see what looks like an evidence number 4. Tell us where that was located or what it was around.
It was around 2 sets of TVs, and it appeared to be like a chair, and it was in the corner.
So this line that we talked about earlier with the series of dotted lines before that, does that represent like the doorway?
Yes.
So if you're exiting through this doorway from the children's bedroom with the bunk bed, what's immediately to the right?
A bathroom.
And is that what we see here to the right where like the toilet and it looks like something in front of the toilet, a shower and a vanity area?
Yes.
Now walking down this hallway, it looks like there's a doorway to another room. What is that entering?
The master suite, master bedroom.
When you enter this doorway immediately to the right, what do we see?
Another bathroom.
Now, without any further doors, if you keep walking, you walk into what looks like the master bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, we see to the right a rectangle up against it, looks like the wall that separates the bathroom from the master bedroom. Is that representative of a dresser?
Yes.
We see several evidence markers, 12, 13, 14, and 18, or 16. Oh yeah, no, that's 18. Are those representative of evidence that were found in those locations on the dresser?
Yes.
Looking upwards to the right, we see 15. Is that an evidence marker found on another piece of furniture?
Yes, it was another dresser.
Another dresser, okay. Then we see the bed, we see evidence marker 17. Is that representative of a piece of evidence that was found on the bed?
Yes.
Now, when we're looking at both of these, 25A and 25B, is the purpose of doing these two diagrams so that every piece of physical evidence that's found at the scene is representative on this diagram?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after, one second, let me just return this to the clerk. After you're at the Heritage Club address and you document this scene of the physical evidence that's found while you're assisting crime scene investigator Bader, did you have an occasion to go to a hospital where another victim, in this case Jermaine Bass, who we call JJ, was located?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to take photographs of JJ and his injuries?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been pre-marked for identification as states 27A through D. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of what the child victim JJ looked like at the time that you photographed him?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I offer into evidence what's been pre-marked for identification as states 27A through D as states 27A through D.
They're admitted
Do I have
already.
permission to publish?
Yep.
Thank you, Judge. I'm putting on the Alma what's been pre-marked for identification as what's been entered into evidence as states 27A. What hospital was he located?
He was at TGH as well in the PICU,
What's the PICU, do you know?
the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit.
When you walked in, this wound that we're seeing, for the record, on 27A, the photo is depicting what looks like the ear of the child. And up to the right, we see a wound. Is that his left ear?
Yes.
And I'm putting 27B on the Elmo. Often in these photos, we see these measurements used. Can you explain to the jury why and when you decide to use these measurements in photos?
When we take our series of photos, we usually do overall mid-range close-up, and what you're seeing are close-ups, and then with our close-ups, we add scales to give a relative size to show how large an item is or how small an item is.
This injury on 27B, is it the same injury that's depicted on what we just looked at on 27A?
It is.
I'm placing on the Elmo 27C. Tell the jury what we're looking at on 27C.
That is the JJ's right pinky finger.
An injury to his right pinky finger. I'm putting on the Elmo what's been entered into evidence as 27D. Is this the same photo that we just looked at, but the only difference as this one having the markers so we know how big it is.
Yes.
One moment. So we have the injury to JJ, the left side of his head right above his ear, and then we have the injury to his right pinky that we just saw in those photos, correct?
Yes.
Judge, may I just have a moment?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
All right. Cross?
No questions.
All right, you can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
She released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
Crime scene investigator Shannon Meter.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. If you would, please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Hello, my name is Shannon Bader, Shannon, last name Bader, Bader.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How long where do you work?
I work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a crime scene investigator
Tell the jury, how long have you worked at HCSO as a crime scene investigator?
for about 3 years.
On August 29th of 2022, did you work as a crime scene investigator with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
When did you get hired?
Well, with the Sheriff's Office in 2019 and crime scene 2021.
Okay. So at the time of August 29th of 2022, tell the jury how many times you have been called to a crime scene as a crime scene investigator to document.
Probably at least a dozen times.
When you go to a crime scene, help us understand as a crime scene investigator, how do you decide what to document and what not to document?
Basically, we work with a crime scene detective.
When you arrived at the Heritage Grove address associated with this case to do your investigation, did you meet with a detective at that time?
Yes.
Who did you meet with?
Detective Clay Holman.
Do you guys walk through the scene together and have some sort of understanding before you start documenting?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
When you arrived, tell them what you saw.
So I walked through, it is a townhome that when you walk in, the kitchen is on your left, there's a living room area, then you walk up the stairs, there's a bedroom to your right, There's a bathroom kind of in the hallway area. There is then a master bedroom in the front, also with a bathroom inside.
Tell us what you're doing when you first walk through and during your process of documenting.
So first I walk through and I do a walkthrough of the scene. And then what I do is take overall photographs, which are basically photographs of the house and everything as is when I get there.
When you walk through and you're working with a detective to decide how to document, what do you use to place next to items that you see that may be of evidentiary value?
Evidence markers.
What do those evidence markers look like?
So I have yellow cones, or I also use green scale markers or yellow scale markers.
So tell us the difference between the scale markers and the cones. The cones, are they like physical cones that you can place next to something?
Yes.
What about the green and yellow scale markers? Are those like the cones or are they something different?
They're something else. They're basically like sticker scale rulers.
Do they all represent the same thing when they're used in one crime scene?
In this case, particularly, I use the yellow evidence markers to document items of evidentiary value of physical items that I was collecting. I use the green scale markers to document areas of red substances, and then I use the yellow scale markers to document any damage that I saw.
So yellow evidence markers were for physical things.
Yes.
The green scales, which are like stickers, that was used to document red substance you saw.
Yes.
And the yellow stickers were used for what?
For damages.
Damage, okay. Judge Albee, do I have permission to publish what's been entered as states 22A through EEEE?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo states 22A. Tell us, when you first walk into the apartment or the townhome, is this what you see?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this photo?
So this is the living room area. The front door is behind me and the back door is in front of me. And this is, you could see evidence marker 1, and then on the floor should be green scale marker A.
So the cone of evidence marker 1 indicates to us that there was something physical next to it. What was physical next to it? Do you remember?
Yes, this was the ACE bandage clip.
Okay. Now on the floor, you told us that the green scale stickers represent red substance. Is that what's notated on the floor right here?
Yes.
We're looking at 22B. Is this a close-up of that green sticker that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And if we zoom in, if we zoom in, the red substance that's depicted on the floor, you can kind of see it in like the wood graining. Is that what you deem of evidentiary value to put the measure sticker next to it?
Yes.
We're looking at 22C. So when you first walk into the apartment, we saw evidence marker 1 was a couch. This evidence marker 2, are these 2 chairs? Was that just on the other side of the couch as you're walking into the room?
Yes.
Tell us what physical is next to evidence marker 2.
This is a blue cell phone.
We're looking at 22D. When you go to walk up the stairs, are these green stickers? We see 1, 2, 3 in this photo. What do you see on those green stickers, and what was the purpose of placing them there?
These are more areas of red substances as you're walking up the stairs on the wall. That should be green scale C, and then D and E up there.
I'm placing 22E on the Elmo. Now we're seeing a close-up, and if you zoom in, there was a green evidence sticker that we can see. It says red substance C that you just referred to. Also depicted, if we see a green sticker here to the left on one of the staircases. Why did you place that evidence marker there?
There's a red substance on that stair.
We're looking at 22F. Tell me the vantage point of this photo.
So this is kind of looking up. I'm standing in the middle area of the stairwell, and you're looking up to the landing.
We see a green marker on the left. Was that to document and mark a red substance as well?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22G. At this point, is this as if you had walked up to the very top of the stairs and you're looking ahead?
Yes.
Now, we can see a yellow evidence marker 3 in this view. Tell the jury what is immediately to the right of the physical evidence marker 3.
This is a gauze pad.
I'm placing 22H on the Elmo. Is this just a closer up view of that gauze pad?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22I. Which room are we looking into?
This is the kid's bedroom.
So, I want to zoom in. I see a green evidence marker on the left side of the doorway. You can see the brass or metal, door hinge to the left. Why did you place that green evidence marker on the doorway right there?
There was an area of red substance there.
Now, on the other side, the green area that we just looked at, that's not the side that the door is connected to, correct?
Correct.
So the area where I'm pointing on the right side of the photo, where immediately to the right of that, it looks like there's like an open closet right there. That's where the door is attached to, correct? So it opens up inward.
Yes.
Now, on 22J, which I'm placing on the Elmo, is this the same doorway that we're looking at, but we're looking at the actual side of the door?
Yes.
And I see an evidence marker in the middle. It's green. Tell us what that represents.
The red substance on the door.
Now we're zooming in. Tell the jury and explain for the record. Everything's written down. What color's the door?
White.
So the spots that we're seeing in this photo, is that the red substance that you deemed should be marked with that green marker?
Yes.
I'm placing 22K on the Elmo. We see in the bottom right-hand corner a silver door handle. Is that the silver door handle on the door from the previous photo we were looking at?
Yes.
So when we're walking into the room, is this the children's room that we're walking immediately into?
Yes.
In the middle of the room, tell the jury, I'm pointing to a circle here that has like pink around it, and tell them what it is.
Trampoline.
And immediately in front of that, we see a white rectangle. What was that?
A pillow.
We see a green evidence marker on the pillow, and I'm going to zoom in so that we can see it a little bit better. What color is the pillow?
White.
And we can see that there is a red substance on the pillow. Is that why you chose to place that evidence marker there?
Yes.
Immediately behind the trampoline, it looks like, is that a dresser?
Yes.
I'm placing 22L on the Elmo. We see on the right side of this photo a brown, it looks like the same dresser you just pointed out in the photo before. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell the jury there is what's in the middle where the green marker is, that what you see and that I'm pointing to right now.
That is another red substance on the floor.
Now we're looking at 22M. Are these the same monitors that we're looking at here in 22L?
Yes.
So as we walk over and we take a better look at 22, or at the monitors that were on 22L, on 22M, what is the yellow evidence marker signifying?
This is marking the red cell phone that's on the ground.
22N, I'm placing on the Elmo. Tell the jury what the purpose of the green sticker is.
This is marking the red substance on the ground.
I'm putting on the Elmo 22O. What are we seeing here? We see something in the doorway.
The dollhouse.
Was that there all along, or was that moved during the course of the investigation?
It was moved.
Where was it originally?
Up against that pink house that's against the bunk bed.
So I'm pointing to the right where I see gray framing. Is that the gray framing of the bunk bed you're talking about?
Yes.
Immediately to the left of that, we see like a darker hot pink that looks like some sort of child's house. Are you indicating that the one on the left was pushed up against?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this marker 7, what is that indicating?
There's a piece of a gun holster in the, I guess, baby holder.
like some sort of like baby doll
Yeah,
toy. Okay, we're looking at 22F. I'm placing on Elmo. Is this a closer up of the evidence marker you were just discussing?
yes.
And once we zoom in, what do we see inside of this baby doll accessory here?
That is a piece of a gun holster.
A piece of a gun holster. 22Q. What are we looking at here?
This is the top of the bunk where the stairs are, and there's 3 areas of red substances marked.
So we see one on the left side here of the top of the ladder, correct?
Yes,
One up at the top corner where you would like walk up the ladder, and then one immediately to the left of that.
yes.
We're looking at 22R. Tell us what we're looking at in 22R.
This is the top bunk where you could now see a green scale marker. You can kind of still see the one in the corner. 2 areas of damage marked, and then yellow evidence marker 6.
I think this is the first time that we see the yellow markers. So you said the yellow stickers represent damage. So for instance, we see damage A. What does that look like to you? Is that in the drywall?
Yes, that's the hole in the wall.
So we see, I'm zooming in for the record on damage. I just zoomed in on damage A. Now I'm zooming in on damage B. What are we looking at in damage B right here?
That's damage on one of the bedposts on the top bunk.
And then we see another green sticker right above the bed frame on the far left. What is that indicating?
That is marking a red substance on that wall.
So on that wall, tell us what color's the wall?
White.
Any of the spotting that we're seeing right there, is that what you deem to be red substance?
Yes.
Oops, wrong thing, I'm sorry. Now we see on the right side of this picture, a physical yellow evidence marker number 6. Tell the jury what the physical evidence marker number 6 is representing.
That is representing a casing.
22S I'm placing on the Elmo. This is a similar view as the one before, would you agree?
Yes.
The difference is we see a marker on the mattress. Tell us what the marker on the mattress indicates.
That is showing the red substance on the mattress.
We're seeing on 22T, tell us what we see.
These are 2 red substances on the wall, and this is a view from the bottom bunk.
So, and to reference this, I want to put on 22U. So in 22U, what are we looking at?
So this is the bunk bed. You could see the top and the bottom in this photo.
Explain to the jury so that they can understand, what size were the beds?
The exact number I do not recall.
But was it a queen over a queen?
Oh, a
Was it
twin.
A twin on the top, and on the bottom, did the mattress fit the frame perfectly on top?
On the bottom, no.
On the top?
On the top, yes.
Okay, and on the bottom, no. So help us understand, was the mattress too big or too small for the frame on the bottom?
On the bottom, it was too small.
Now, what are we seeing in, we're looking at 22U specifically, and I want to focus your attention. You can see that there is a mattress on the bottom, but then it looks like some sort of item behind the mattress, flat up against the wall. What was that item?
A giant teddy bear.
And what did it look like the purpose of the giant teddy bear being between the wall and the mattress to you?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
When you were at the scene looking at the giant teddy bear, did it fit between the mattress and the wall?
Yes.
Was the mattress touching the wall at that time?
No.
Now, I want to refer back to 22T. There's 2 evidence markers here. What are they representing to you? We see one that says red substance Q. And it looks like a straight line down. What did it look like to you when you were there in person and had a chance to look at it up close?
It was the red substance on the wall, and then next red sub R, also a red substance, both consistent with blood.
Now, we just talked about you. So let's go to V. This gives us a better view of evidence marker 6 that we talked about before. What are we looking at that's immediately to the right of evidence marker 6?
This is the casing on the bed.
22W, is this the same casing we just viewed as next to evidence marker 6?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22X. Is this the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
The top bunk.
And are these the same damage marks, A and B, that you pointed to before, and red substance marks that we've seen in other photos?
Yes.
The pillow, was that on the mattress when you were taking photos?
Yes.
I'm placing 22Y. Is this a closer up of the red substance we talked about before, right next to the teddy bear on the bottom bunk?
Yes.
22Z. Tell us what we're looking at in this photo.
This is the bathroom that is next to the kids' bedroom.
Now, on the far right of this photo, where my finger is located, the far right, you can see an open door. Tell the jury, where does that door lead to?
That door is the child's bedroom.
So, the door that I'm pointing to in the middle of the photograph that we can see that's open, the wall above here that I'm pointing to, which is right next to the tile from the shower for the record, that wall is shared by this bathroom and the children's room, correct?
Yes, correct.
22AA, I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at here on the right? We see an evidence marker,
This is the yellow scale marker documenting damage on the wall.
and it's labeled damage A1. We also see a marker on the left side. It looks like there's a shower curtain rod and a shower curtain. What is documented here on this side?
That is documenting damage on the shower curtain.
So I'm looking at 22BB, I'm placing on the Elmo. Damage A1, is that on the wall that we just looked at in the bathroom?
Yes.
Damage A2 and 22CC, is that the damage to the shower curtain that you were just talking about?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22DD. Damage A2 that you just discussed on the shower curtain, is that the same one?
Yes.
Now, what are we looking at here on the left? Tell us, describe to us what that damage is and where it was located.
That's damage A3 and it's in the shower on the wall.
We're looking at 22EE, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is that the same damage you just described?
Yes.
What's located within the damage that we see on this photo?
That would be a projectile.
22FF, I'm placing on the Elmo. So we just left the bathroom, we're not in the bathroom anymore. Where are we right now looking at the damage that is depicted in this photo?
This is the top bunk railing.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22GG. Tell us the vantage point of this photo. I see a marker that says A1 and damage B2. Where are you standing when this photo was taken?
So now I'm standing inside that bathroom that is next to the child's bedroom, and we're looking at the wall that is shared with the child's bedroom.
Is this the same bathroom that just showed the damage that was to the shower curtain and the projectile that was found in the shower tile that we just looked at?
Yes.
Same room.
Yes.
We're looking at 22HH. We see damage B2. Again, is that the same bathroom that we've been discussing?
Yes.
22II. Tell us what we're looking at. Which room are we in now?
This is the kids' bedroom, and this is a view of the bottom bunk and where the stairs start.
When we're looking at this bottom bunk, we see what looks like a pink and purple blanket. Behind that, we see kind of a big lump back there. Is that the teddy bear you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
We see an evidence marker number 5. What is that significant?
That is another casing on the bed on the bottom bunk.
We're looking at 22JJ. What's the purpose of this photo?
This is showing the height of how high the bunk beds are.
So we see what looks like a measuring tool here on the left, and it looks like the top portion of the railing on the top bunk is 5 feet and 5 inches. Is that fair?
Yes.
And placing on the Elmo 22KK. Tell the jury what we're looking at here. We see 3 evidence markers, 8, 9, and 10.
These are marking 3 more casings.
Now, this photo, is this of the top bunk or is this the bottom bunk?
The top bunk.
22LL. Is this a close-up? We're looking at 8 right here with a casing right next to it. This is just a close-up of the casing located next to that
Yes.
marker. What are we looking at 22MM?
That is the head stamp of that casing.
What about 22NN? We're looking at evidence marker 9 and 10.
Also the casings.
So this casing that I'm pointing to more in the middle, is that attributed to evidence marker number 9?
Yes.
And the casing that's to the left where it looks like the empty cylinder is facing upward towards the ceiling, is that attributed to evidence marker number 10?
Yes.
22BB. Oh, sorry. 2200, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is this the head stamp? Hold on. There we go. Is this the head stamp of the shell casing attributed to evidence marker number 9?
Yes.
23PP. What are we looking at?
That is the casing at evidence marker number 10.
22QQ. Tell the jury what we're looking at.
That is the head stamp of the casing at evidence marker 10.
You've used the term head stamp a couple of times. I don't want to blow over that. Can you explain to the jury, when you're using the term head stamp, what does that mean?
So basically the casing, it is the top of the casing that has the imprint and the firing impression on it.
We're looking at 22RR and placing on the Elmo. Tell us the significance of the evidence marker. We see 11.
Evidence marker 11 is showing the bedding on the top bunk.
We're looking at 22SS. I'm placing on the Elmo. Help us get oriented. We've been into the bathroom, we've been into the children's bedroom, we've been downstairs. Where are we now in 22SS?
So now we're in the master bedroom.
22TT, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is this the same master bedroom?
Yes.
Help us understand the vantage point. I see in the middle, I see what looks like an open door right to the right of the silver dresser depicted in this photo. Is that the door that you would use to enter and exit this master bedroom?
Yes.
22UU, I'm placing on the Elmo. Help us understand what we're looking at here.
This is the dresser in that master bedroom, and there is a live round next to evidence marker 12.
I'm going to zoom in. What does a live round mean?
It is a round that has not been fired by a gun.
To the left of evidence marker 12, there is a silver object that I'm pointing to. Is that a live round? Or you just flip it out?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22VV. What are we looking at in 22VV?
That is the head stamp of the live round.
22WW. I see evidence marker 13 and 14. Help us understand what they are attributed to.
This is that drawer in that dresser that we just looked at, and 13 is a wallet, and 14 is a gun.
So let's go back to, this is 22TT. In the back, we see evidence markers 13 and 14 and a drawer to the top left that's open. Is that what we're looking at, just like a top aerial view here in 22WW?
Yes.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22XX. Is this a close-up of the 2 items you just described?
Yes.
So we have 13 attributed to a wallet, and then 14 attributed to the item that we see right here, which looks like the top of the handgun. Is that correct?
Yes.
22 YY. I'm placing on the Elmo. Is 22 YY the same firearm that's right here by evidence marker 14?
Yes.
In this photo, it's facing the right. I'm placing 22Z on the Elmo. Is this the same firearm?
Yes.
It's facing the other way.
Yes.
22A. I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at here?
That is a magazine that was also in that drawer.
Was it in the drawer because it was in the firearm, or was it separate from the firearm?
It was separate.
Okay. Now we're looking at 22B. Orient the jury. Where are we when we find evidence marker 15?
This is next to that dresser, and it is a phone inside of a backpack.
So are we still inside the master bedroom when we find and locate this backpack that's depicted in next to evidence marker 15?
Yes, we are.
22C, I'm placing on the Elmo. Orient us to this photo. It looks like there's a hand depicted in the photo. Is that your hand?
Yes.
What are you holding in your hand in 22CCC?
A projectile.
A projectile. Where was this projectile found?
In the wall of the bathroom, sharing that wall that shares the child's bedroom.
So we just left the master bedroom, so let's back up. 22CCC, where this hole in the wall is that from the vantage point of standing in the bathroom where this wall shares the room with the children's bedroom?
Yes.
22D, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is that the same projectile we just saw, just a close-up version?
Yes.
22DDD. Just say that? 22EEE. I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at?
This is the top bunk mattress after we cut it open.
What was the purpose of cutting the mattress open from the top up?
We had noticed a hole in it.
22FFF. What are we looking at here?
Now we ripped away all the foam inside, and now we're looking inside the coils of the mattress.
So in this photo that we're looking at right here, it looks as though this mattress is now on the bottom bunk. Help us understand.
So because the mattress was on top, in order to just examine it better, we did bring it down to the bottom bunk.
What are we looking at in 22GGG?
You can kind of see the projectile that it's under all the coiling in the mattress.
22HHH. What are we looking at?
That is that projectile.
So this projectile was found in the mattress that was located on the top of the bed.
Yes.
What are we looking at in 22HHH?
This is back to the master bedroom, and it is a security camera on a nightstand.
22III. We see an evidence marker 17.
That is marking that Adidas bag.
When you first initially walked into the master bedroom, was that Adidas bag sitting on the bed, or was it located elsewhere first?
It was located elsewhere.
Where was it located?
In the master closet.
What was the purpose of taking it down from the master closet and onto this bed to photograph it?
This was after the detectives had done their search, and it had found that it was of evidentiary value. So then I took the photograph of it.
Okay, so 22JJJ. What are we looking at in here? What is this the contents of?
This is the contents of that bag at evidence marker 17.
So the same bag that we see in 22III. Are you saying that this is the contents of that same bag in 22JJJ?
Yes.
Now, we're looking at 22LLL, placing it on the Elmo. Oops. It looks like a hand is holding some sort of measuring device. Help us understand, why are there times that you use a measuring device, like a ruler in this case, to show the height of something?
This is showing the height of the damage to show how high it is off the ground.
In this photo, we see an evidence tag to the left that's labeled damage A1. Right above that, we see something poking out of the damage that we've seen before. We've never seen something that thus far in all of these photos poking out of the damage. Help the jury understand what's poking out of damage A1.
That is called a trajectory rod.
What's the purpose of using trajectory rods when you are documenting a crime scene?
A trajectory rod is used to show a possible flight of path through 2 areas of damage or more.
So for instance, if you have a crime scene where it looks like you have what some may call a through and through, is a rod helpful in that situation to document the trajectory to show in fact if it was a through and through?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we see damage A1, that there's a rod there. We're looking at, also for the record, would you agree with me that the damage A1 is just about 5 feet 6 inches high?
Yes.
So now we're looking at 22 MMM. Oh, I guess it would be helpful to just make sure that 22 LLL, this damage A1, what room are we located in?
This is the bathroom on that same wall that shares the child's bedroom above the towel rack.
So on the direct other side of this wall, is that where the bunk beds were located?
Yes.
Now, 22 MMM, I'm placing on the Elmo. Is this the same bathroom that we were just looking at in the previous photo?
Yes.
Now, next to damage A1, again, it looks like we have a ruler. Would you agree with me that damage A1 is about 4 feet, 11 and a half or so inches?
Yes.
We're looking at 22 NNN. What are we looking at in this photo? We see a ruler to the left of what?
This is showing the height of damage A3 in the shower wall.
Would you agree with me that the damage is right around the 4 foot 10 to 11 marker?
Yes.
We're looking at 22000. The green item that we see depicted in the middle of this photo, is that the trajectory rod that you were discussing with the jury earlier that we saw poking out of damage A1?
Yes, it is.
What's the purpose of documenting with the trajectory rod, specifically in this photo?
So this is showing the connection between the damage that I had marked at the yellow scale markers A.
Does using a trajectory rod in a situation such as this one, where the damage depicted shows it could potentially all be caused by one projectile?
Yes.
Speculation.
Overruled.
So in this case, what's depicted in 22000, does damage A1, damage, hold on, I have to, does the damage to the wall, the damage to the shower curtain, and the damage to the shower tile containing the projectile all match up using the trajectory rod?
Yes.
We're looking at 22 PPP. You zoom out. What room are we in here?
This is the bathroom.
And we're looking at a marker entitled damage B2. Would you agree with me that the damage B2 looks like it encompasses 4 feet and between 9 and 10 inches?
Yes.
Just for the record, there's 2 bathrooms.
Yes.
Yes.
You said we're in the bathroom.
Yes,
Sorry,
ma'am. Thank you, Judge. The bathroom that we've been discussing all along with the damage.
Yes.
Is that all the bathroom that's directly next to the children's bedroom?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage whatsoever in the bathroom that would be right next to that, adjacent to the master bedroom?
No.
So all along during your testimony, when we've been discussing a bathroom that has any damage to it, we would be talking to the bathroom where the wall is shared directly with the children's room.
Yes.
Okay. 22QQQ. Is this photo documenting the difference between the two damages on the wall?
Yes.
Damage A1 and damage A2.
Yes, and how far it is from the entryway door.
Okay, and so on the right where this 1 starts, is that where the door would be open?
Yes.
22RRR, I'm placing on the Alamo. Take us back. What room are we in again?
The children's bedroom.
The photo depicted, we see a mattress and bed railings. Are we looking at the top bunk or are we looking at the bottom bunk?
The top bunk.
The damage that we saw, we see damage A and damage B. Are those the damage markers that we've discussed before seeing on the top bunk?
Yes.
Now, we see an item that is sticking out of damage A and an item right next to damage B. It's not going through damage B, but it looks like it's coming from behind the wall. Help us understand what those 2 items are. Let's start with the green one that's coming out of damage A.
That is the trajectory rod that we were discussing earlier.
That green trajectory rod that you said we were discussing earlier, is that the same exact trajectory rod that we saw depicted going through the damage into the children's bathroom, through the shower curtain, and into the tile?
Yes, it is.
That is the same exact rod we were looking at.
Yes.
What about, we see it looks like red or pinkish rod that we're looking at here. It's right next to the damage B marker, but it's not coming out of it. Help us understand that.
So this one is going into the hole in the wall. That would be damage B1.
Where is damage B1 located?
On the wall behind that railing.
Okay, so we're looking at 22SSS. Is that the same trajectory rod we're looking at that goes from the children's bedroom into the children's bathroom?
Yes.
And we see a red substance on the right side as well. It looks like 22TTT refers back to, is this the children's shower that we were talking about, the green trajectory rod?
Yes.
And referring back to 22SSS, that's the same hole depicted in both. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
22UUU, what are we looking at here?
This is a bag, and on top of it is a holster, a box of ammunition, and a magazine.
Was that bag located right here when it was photographed?
No, it was not.
Where was it located before it was photographed?
That was in the children's bedroom closet.
So it was brought down from the closet so that you could take the contents out and photograph them?
Yes.
22VVV, I placed on the Alamo. Where is this damage located?
This damage is where the projectile came from of the B2 in the bathroom that shares the wall with the children's bedroom.
We're looking at 22WWW. What do we see here?
This is the bottom of the drawer that we saw earlier with evidence markers 13 and 14. This is once taking the clothing out, evidence marker 18 was placed.
What room is evidence marker 18 found in?
The master bedroom.
So the drawer that we saw before, is this the same drawer?
Yes.
So help us understand, you didn't see these items before because of why?
There was clothing on top of it.
Once you removed the clothing, we were able to see these, and that's why you placed this evidence marker there?
Yes.
Tell us what exactly is depicted in this photo.
In this photo, there are loose live rounds at the bottom of this drawer.
And again, a live round is what?
A round that has not been fired yet by a gun.
22XXX. Is this just a closer up of evidence marker 18, those live rounds that you're discussing?
Yes, it is.
$22YYY. What are we looking at in 22YYY?
That is the head stamp of the live rounds that were in that drawer.
It looks, let's see, 22AA. I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at here?
This is the Adidas bag that was at evidence marker 17.
Remind us, where was this Adidas bag initially located?
Initially in the master bedroom closet,
After it was taken from the master bedroom closet, where was it placed so that you could photograph it?
on the bed in the master bedroom.
Now, where are these photographs taking place?
These are taken back at the office at the crime scene section.
22 BBBB. What are we looking at here?
This is that same bag just opened.
22 CCCC, and I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at here?
These are now the contents I took out of the bag.
So it looks like in this photo, in the top middle, it looks like a computer mouse with some wiring, is that correct?
Yes,
Then we see to the right of that, we see a zippered pouch right here. And next to that, it looks like another sort of pouch.
yes,
We see below that, looks like some plastic, or one plastic container of sorts. Is that right?
oh
It's
yes,
a plastic bag?
yes.
What's to the left of the plastic bag?
That is a magazine.
Magazine, what's to the left of the magazine?
Ammunition box,
What's to the left of that?
batteries,
Now we're going on what would look like the third row. We see a box of metal objects that have a point to it. What are those?
those are also an ammunition box,
What's inside of the ammunition box?
live rounds,
To the right of that, we see what looks like a rectangle of something. What are those?
live rounds as well.
To the right of that, we see another rectangle. And for the record, the one to the left that she just described was more, what color would you call that? Silver?
Yes,
The one to the right, what color would you say those were?
more gold,
And what are those gold things?
also live rounds.
Now, next to those gold live rounds, we see 3 items next to each other. They look similar, but they're different lengths. Tell the jury what they are.
They are magazines,
Magazines for what?
a gun.
We look next to that and we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boxes. What are those?
Those are ammunition boxes.
Later, do you open up those ammunition boxes and photograph the contents inside of those other 7 ammunition boxes?
Yes,
Below that, it looks like a cell phone, is that correct?
yes.
What's to the left of that? It looks like something on its side, I can't tell.
I think that is a magazine as well.
Okay, and to the left of that, we see 1, 2, 3, 4 items on the bottom of the page. What are those?
Casings,
Casings. There's 1 silver item above that. What is that?
also a casing.
There's 1, what color would you call that? A gold item
gold.
above that? It looks like actually there's 3 of them. What are those?
Also casings.
To the left of that, we see an orange item that is like a U in nature that looks like it has 2 little silver keys on it. What is that?
A lock of some sort.
Above that, what are we looking at right here?
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. And to the left of that on the far left bottom corner, it looks like a circle with something coming out of that. What is that?
It's used to hold ammunition, live rounds.
So let me exit all the way. 22 DDDD. Is this a closer up view of the contents of those boxes we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
And remind me again, what are those?
Live rounds.
22 EEEE. We see that circle item that has something coming out of the top. What are we looking at there?
These are the live rounds that came from that circular device.
So when you photographed the circular device the first time, we didn't see those silver items up top. Did those come from within the
Yes.
circular item?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and Judge, may I have a moment to hand this to my co-counsel to put back in order, please? We have just a moment, Judge.
Yes.
May I retrieve scissors, please? And Judge, what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 9, do I have permission to publish?
Yes.
And if you want to step down for me? State's Exhibit 9. The shell casing that you got from the bottom bunk, do you remember when you were discussing that with the jury?
Yes.
If you don't mind standing over here so they don't see it. If you don't mind removing that, if you look at the label, this is the shell casing that was taken from the bottom bunk, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we saw a picture of that earlier, correct?
Yes.
Don't mind removing that shell casing. Would you mind putting it on Elmo so they can see? So, orient us again. We walk into the children's bedroom. On the bottom bunk, we find this spent shell casing.
Yes.
Okay. Will you put it back in for me? Now, State's Exhibit 10. Should I have permission to publish?
Yes, everything that's submitted you can publish.
Thank you, Judge. State's Exhibit 10 was found on the top bunk, correct? Yes. So if you recall, the photos of the blue blanket, and there were 3 shell casings found on the blue blanket, correct? Yes. And this is one of them. Can you put it back in? Thank you. This is 10, sorry. Oops, sorry. We're looking at States 11. Which was another one found in the top bunk.
Yes.
Thank you. Looking at States 12. Or double bagged, sorry. You can reach in and get it. So this is also from the top bunk on that blue blanket. States 13, the last one from the top bunk. And when you see me looking, opening all of these envelopes, you'll understand why are they packaged this way?
So the second packaging, the first packaging is the packaging client to show that it's our evidence.
And does it have labels on it too, so that they know and can keep track of where everything is and what it is?
Yes.
So states 13 that we're looking at right now, this is the last of the casings that were found at the top bunk on that blue blanket, right?
Yes.
We want this one. Now, the next item that we looked at, when you were in the master bedroom, we saw pictures of that silver dresser. We saw a wallet next to one of the evidence markers.
Yes.
Here, you have what's on. Can you pull it out? Is this the wallet that you
Yes.
took into custody?
Yes, it is.
Can you open it? Oh, sorry. We keep zoomed in. Okay. That's states 15. You can put that back down. States 17. I'm opening. The bathroom that we were discussing that had all of the damage was only in the children's bathroom. The projectile that was located in the shower tile, did you collect and take that into custody?
Yes, I did.
There's too many envelopes, hold on. Okay. Can you get the tape open or do you need my, there you go. Hold on, I'm just gonna zoom in. Okay. States 18. I'm now opening, I'm gonna orient you back to the shower with damage, children's shower. There was a point on the wall that we saw photos of where the drywall was removed so that we could collect what was inside.
Yes.
It was a projectile that was on it, correct?
Yes.
I think that was the photo that we looked at where we could see your hand in the photo.
Yes.
Can you open what's inside of stage 18 to show the jury what was found inside of that wall? Perfect. States 19. We're looking at, you talked about the bottom bunk bed, or the mattress that you moved to the bottom to collect projectile from the mattress. Was that item seized and collected?
Yes.
Let's see, if you can put that on the Elmo for me so that the jurors can see what came from that mattress. zoomed in for the record. I'll put that back. Thank you. The only other thing I want to clarify, the wallet. You take the package out, sorry. Sure. Can you open up the wallet and take out the ID from the wallet? So that the jurors can see whose ID was contained within the wallet. For the record, the witness pulled out a Florida driver's license. I'm zooming in on it. It says Jermaine Lavonda Bass Jr., and it's showing the defendant's photograph. That's from the wallet that was found next to the firearm in the silver drawer, correct?
Correct.
I think I need you to stay right here for the next item. I may just have a moment, Judge. Do we have... Can we approach just briefly, Judge?
Sure.
Okay. The last thing we talked about was the drawer where in the silver dresser master bedroom you find the wallet, you also find the firearm. Did you collect the firearm?
Yes.
This has been entered into evidence as State Exhibit 16. I have permission of notice, can you help me open? So the firearm that you found in that silver drawer, we saw an evidence marker and the photo next to it. Is this the firearm that you collected from the Heritage Grove townhome that day?
Yes.
Pardon? The box is open? Was it made safe already? Yes. All right.
Going to decide how, explain to the jury how is this made safe during,
With the zip tie.
please sit on the elbow for me. So, now that State 16 is on the Elmo, we see a zip tie on the top that goes through, it looks like where a projectile would come out.
Correct.
Does that help make it safe?
Yes.
What about the bottom one? What is that helping to do? The bottom zip tie?
That is zip tying the trigger area. And it attaches the firearm tag.
There is another item inside. Can you pull it out so the jury can see, please? So the firearm has been placed on the Elmo. Now we're placing what looks like, tell the jury what is the item you just placed on the Elmo.
A magazine.
Can you hold it up so that they can see how many bullets can be put inside of it? Here, you can do it.
Oh.
So you just placed the magazine on its side, and we see that it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holes on it. Okay, we can put it back in the box. Thank you. You can take your seat.
Thank you.
You have just a moment, Judge.
Yes.
And Judge, if I may just have a minute, I need to put butts on as well for this item. I'm gonna need you to step back.
Oh.
So I want to direct your attention to the top bunk of the children's bed. You showed us in photos, and then you showed us the 3 casings that were found on the children's top bunk. Just now, we saw that they were marked with evidence marker 8, 9, and 10. We just saw them on the elbow. We discussed how they were on top of a blue blanket. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So this is what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 14. We're going to go ahead and open this item. The blue blanket that we've been discussing and that we saw photographed with the shell casings and the evidence markers on top of it, was that item taken into evidence and preserved?
Yes.
One item in here. For the record, I opened an item contained within State's, I think, 17 evidence marker. I'm holding a pillow that has red substance on it. Is this the pillow that was located on the top bunk?
Yes.
Where the rest of the evidence markers and items were located?
Yes.
There's another item located within this exhibit. And I'm going to pull out that one. George, do you mind if I use that tabletop to help place this on while I open it?
Well,
Is it
whatever
desk
the
right
bailiff
there?
wants you to do.
Thank you. This is the blue blanket, or one of the blankets that were located on the top bunk of the bed,
Yes.
where those evidence markers and shell casings were located.
Yes.
Looks like it's a Batman
Yes.
blanket. One more item. Is this the other blanket that was located on the top bunk where you located the shell casings with those markers that we saw in the photos?
Yes.
And that you showed on the elbow?
Yes.
worse. And get rid of the red substance. You have just a moment, Judge.
Yes.
Judge, if I may just have a moment, please take your seat to just repackage. Thank you. Judge, if you don't mind, the counsel is going to help me repackage. I just have a couple of other questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Come around this way. They've already been entered into evidence.
What number?
It states 28A through E.
All right.
I'm placing on the Elmo states 28A. The damage and the red substance we're looking at in this photograph, where is this from?
This is the child's bedroom on the wall that the bunk bed was on.
So at some point, it looks like in this photo, the bunk bed has been removed out of the way. Was that for this photo?
Yes,
So the bunk bed has been moved so that you can see the wall better?
yes.
In one of the photos we were looking at earlier, we were discussing the trajectory rods. You talked about the trajectory rod that we said was like red or pinkish in color. Is this the one that we were referring to that you and I were discussing before?
Yes.
Now, the damage that was done to the railing that was up against the wall, is that coordinating with this damage B1 or is this separate?
It is separate. At the time, I thought it was coordinated, but it is separate.
Okay, so, and is the point of the measurements of the wall, help us understand, we've seen other things before, but why place these measurements here for these three items?
So this is a method that we call T-scaling. We basically go across from the entrance of that bedroom across and then down. It just gives you a height of all three of these areas. It shows you the damage, how high it is, and how far across it is, as well as that red substance.
I'm looking at 28B, I'm placing it on the Elmo. We see the scale here for damage A. Tell me how far off the ground damage A is.
This is about 5 feet, 6.5 inches.
We're looking at 28C, I just placed on the Elmo. Help us understand the purpose of the measurement of this photo.
This is showing the height of the top of the bunk bed from the ground up.
How tall is the top portion?
About 5 feet, 5 inches.
I'm placing 28D on the Elmo. What are we looking at here in this photo?
This is the wall that the bunk bed was originally on. However, now the bunk bed has been moved away from the wall, and now you can see those T-scales on the wall.
We're looking at 28E. Is this just a closer up of a measurement we did earlier for the height of the bunk bed?
Yes.
Let me just have a moment to hold this pretty quick, please. I just have a moment to confirm.
Yes.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I need to return scissors.
Cross? afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you, Ms. Bader?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. You're a crime scene technician at the Sheriff's Department?
I am.
You're doing that for quite a few years, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're not sworn law enforcement, but you are a civilian employee?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is pretty much your involvement in this case going to be limited to a lot of the things that you've discussed with Ms. Reeder?
Yes.
Right. So you basically were the main processor in the home, downstairs, staircase, and upstairs as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did anybody assist you at the time that you were doing all your work?
My partner, CSI Daniel Janicek.
She did a Pharaoh, right?
Yes.
And she did the diagram?
Yes.
Okay. And that's typical for you guys to divide up the work. You'll label, process everything, and she Pharaoh and diagram. That's typical.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So you've indicated that GSM is a red substance scale marker.
Yes.
Right. And then PM is a photo marker, just a photo marker. Is that item collected?
Yes.
It is, okay. And then YSM is a yellow scale marker. Is that just damage or is it an item collected as well?
Damage.
Just damage, okay. All right. First off, let's talk about phones. My understanding that there were 2 phones that you collected in this case, is that correct?
There were 3 or 4.
Oh, okay. So we have a blue iPhone that was found where?
The blue iPhone was on the couch downstairs.
Okay. And do you know whose phone that is?
No, I do not.
Okay. There was a red phone, looked like it was in a charger inside the children's room, correct?
Yes.
All right, so what are these other 2 phones?
There was the one that was evidence marker 15 that was in the backpack in the master bedroom. And then the Adidas bag, there was also a cell phone.
Okay, so there's 2 phones that are found in bags in the master bedroom. Do we know if those were even working, anything like that?
I do not know.
Okay. What, if anything, are you going to do with the blue iPhone that was on the couch?
Collect it, put it into evidence.
All right, any other processing would be done, downloading, things like that, by other people?
Correct.
All right. And did you ever do anything with a phone identified as belonging to Shirley Bass?
I do not know.
The phones you have mentioned, the one blue iPhone on the couch and the red phone upstairs in the kids' room. We have the 2 that are either an Adidas bag or a backpack in the master bedroom in the closet. Is that the extent of any phones in this case?
Yes.
All right. All right, I want to go downstairs real quick. You have a green scale marker, A and B. A was a red substance on the living room floor,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
All right. And green scale marker B was on the living room couch.
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that Mr. Bass was sitting on that couch with his son?
No.
Okay. Basically, you're not that privy, nor are you told a lot of facts. You're there to document the scene.
Correct.
Okay. Did you go upstairs?
Yes.
You do. All right. Now, you had marked a lot going up the stairs, correct?
Yes.
All right. And coming down as well?
Yes.
You saw anything else? Okay. If you are coming down that staircase, would you go near the area to get on the couch where you found green scale marker A on the floor? Here, let's put, all right, let us put states 22A. There we go. All right, so this is our green scale marker here.
Yes.
All right, and that is going to be green scale marker A, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then we have, this is the couch we have been talking about, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Reeder showed you some chairs before. Those chairs are further down, separated from the main couch, closer to the glass slider. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you have, here again is my question, states exhibit, we just cited green scale marker A. The staircase, best way to do this. I'm going to take my pen. Staircase is going to be this way.
No.
Okay, where's the staircase?
The other way, kind of in front of that pink Jeep.
What is it?
The pink Jeep all the way in the back.
The pink Jeep?
Yeah.
Okay. So the staircase is this way.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. So this substance that you saw down here in green scale marker A it was near this couch that I am pointing to, which is the large couch with the evidence marker 1 on it.
Yes.
Okay. And when we say red substance A states 22B, just for the record, that's what we're speaking of, correct?
Yes, correct.
What, if any processing did you do on red substance A besides take a photograph and measure?
I collected a swab from it.
Right. Are you the one to determine what swabs would need to be sent off?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything, is there anything you could have done to preserve possibly a shoe print or a footprint?
Possibly.
Did anybody ask you to do such?
No.
All right, I want to talk about swabs that you took in the kids' room. From what everything that you testified to, it seems that on the top bunk itself, correct me if I'm wrong, the only real swab on the mattress itself would have been green scale marker O. Is that fair?
On the mattress itself?
On the mattress?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and get to that. While I'm going up the stairs, 22H states exhibit, yellow evidence marker 3. Is this the gauze that you're speaking of?
Yes.
All right. Do we know the significance at all of this gauze?
I do not.
And there was also a clip that was on the couch downstairs?
Yes.
Like a clip you would have like a bandage on and you would clip it?
Yes.
Do you know why that was bothered to be collected?
I do not.
Okay, all right. Is somebody directing you what evidence to collect?
Yes.
All right. All right, so let's go back. If I put these out of order, everybody's okay? All right, thank you. I'm trying not to, but. Let's look at this one. This is State's Exhibit 22R. Okay, all right. And this, ooh, can't see it in that one. Hang on. Let's use this one. 22S. All right. Our green scale marker O is going to be, and I'm pointing to the green scale marker, the sole green scale marker that's on the mattress.
Yes.
Got it. What are you actually documenting there? Are you documenting this stain, this stain, this stain? Is there a stain somewhere here I can't see? What stain are you documenting?
It's the pooling of blood above the green scale marker O.
Gotcha. So this area here?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, I am pointing between the green scale marker O and the pillow. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Trying to stay in the same topics. All right. States 22Q. There are 3 red substances you're going to mark, and that is going to be L, M, and N. And that is going to be on the ledge and the ladder that is near the more eastern end of the bunk bed, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there were some other blood stains. Like, for example, we can see one that is to, let's say, the part that's right above the staircase, if that's fair. We see a little drip there. Granted, there's going to be maybe some other spots, but these are the ones that got marked. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. When you got there, Miss Bader, in the same exhibit that's up, this comforter, am I looking here, and I'm pointing to the right item, is this the Mandalorian comforter?
Yes.
Star Wars?
Yes.
I wouldn't know that. And then you have like a softer, smaller one, that's going to be Batman.
Yes.
And for the record, I'm just pointing to the one that's over to the left. Okay.
Yeah.
What processing at all are you going to do of the Batman blanket?
The Batman, I just documented any holes that I observed.
All right, no holes.
There was holes in it, but
Do you think it was holes potentially from projectile that you had to be concerned
I
with?
couldn't say that for certain.
Okay. And the Mandalorian comforter?
Same thing. I documented the holes that I observed, and I took a swab of red substance.
Okay. And we're going to talk a little bit later, because I do understand you do some additional work in this case involving that Mandalorian comforter?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to that since it's later in time. We'll keep that picture here. All right, and then you marked Q and R, which were the 2 things that were on the wall near the bottom bunk.
Yes,
Okay. Near where we saw the teddy bear.
yes.
Okay. So in terms of L, M, and N, and then we have, let me go back for 1 minute. We had on the wall P, and here it is, States Exhibit 22R. I am pointing to P, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So besides L, M, and N on the ladder area and the ledge near the ladder, O, the one area on the mattress that you've told us is the area between the green scale marker and the pillow. We have P, which is the wall we just looked at, and Q and R are the ones below.
Yes.
Is that the extent of the green scale markers you did inside this bedroom?
No.
Okay. What other ones did you do?
There's the one on the floor, there's the two in the doorway, and then one on the pillow,
Okay.
which is the pillow that was on the ground.
Oh, the pillow on the ground, right? I think we looked at that earlier.
Yes.
The little spot. Okay. All right. In terms of anything else on that mattress, more towards the east end, I'm going to see if I can find. Did you collect, let me strike back since I have this, 22II? That is a pink blanket on the bottom bunk.
Yes,
Near evidence marker 5, which is going to be a casing, is that correct?
correct.
Right. Was this blanket collected?
It was not.
Did you do any processing on the pink blanket that's on the bottom bunk?
No.
$22KK, is this the Mandalorian comforter that we are looking at in this state's exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Now 8, 9, and 10, that's going to be 3 of the casings, correct?
Yes, correct.
And on top of the bed, we also have 6. So we have 4 casings on top,
Yes.
which are going to be 6, 8, 9, and 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And we have the one on the bottom bunk, which is 5.
Yes.
All right. And what brands were these 5 casings?
There was Norma and Hornaday.
Norma and Hornaday. Okay, those are 2 different types of manufacturers?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to point now the best I can in the same state's exhibit. We have, for example, let's say I am in the northern part of the mattress. I am to the left of the Mandalorian comforter, and I'm pointing to some red spots on the bed. Was this swabbed at all?
No.
I am pointing over to some what appears to be red substance on the wall, which will be the east wall. Is that correct, Ms. Bader?
Yes.
And it's also going to be then for the picture to the right of the Mandalorian comforter.
Correct.
Did you swab that?
I did not.
I see some blood behind evidence markers 9 and 10 on the wall. Did you swab that blood?
I did not.
And do you know how this comforter came to be in this position as we see it when you documented it?
I do not.
When you were looking at that Mandalorian comforter, we just looked at some areas of blood that were not swabbed. Aren't there a couple of other areas on the mattress of some blood around the comforter, like where it's folded, it'll lay this way and there'll be a little spot, that there was some additional blood?
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't swabbed either?
No.
And for the record, that's all going to be on the east end of the bunk bed, the other side from the pillow?
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's talk. Let's talk about the items in the children's room. A standard procedure to take a picture of the casing.
Yes.
You're then going to take a close-up of it and all that, correct?
Yes, correct.
While I'm looking for that, I see another photo I'd like to ask you about, 22NN. We were just talking about some areas that were not swabbed. I see over here as well on the right side of the wall was that swabbed?
No.
And it looks like we can see a little bit clearer what's between 9 and 10 on the back of the wall above 9 and 10. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's saying that was not swabbed, correct?
Correct.
Awesome. 22RR. And of course, all these photos are taken right by you, correct?
Yes, correct.
There's an area here where we have the comforter under yellow evidence marker 11. I see some areas of blood here. The best I can describe is it's almost like I described earlier, in almost an area of a U shape where the comforter is going around it, semicircular. Do you see this area I'm speaking of?
Yes.
And it is near the back of the bunk bed, near the wall, near the frame. Was any of that swabbed?
No.
Okay. We can see some of the other red substance I was speaking of down on the lower right portion as well. This red substance here, was that swabbed to determine whose blood that was?
No.
Okay. Same photograph over here on the back ledge of the bunk bed, which is gray up against the wall. We have an area right here. I am circling that. It is on the top ledge, just above, say, the right side of the comforter. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Did you swab that to determine whose blood that was?
No.
Okay. Over same exhibit, more towards the left of the comforter, or more west, we have an area here I am circling. Was that swabbed?
No.
We're on the same exhibit as well. We're getting up more towards the west end, over by where the pillow's gonna be. And we have this area here. That's gonna be below your damage B and your marker A, is that correct?
Yes.
Close, close in that area. All of this blood here, do you know whose blood that is?
No.
Did you swab that?
No.
Okay. There's also some other areas that I see. I am pointing to below that amount of substance. Still again to the west, and to the left of the Mandalorian comforter, pointing it out for the jury. Was that swabbed?
No.
Okay. (22EEE). Is this the mattress in which was cut open to get the projectile out of it?
Yes.
22DD. Is that the mattress as you are taking the layers off to expose the projectile?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have previously testified, have you not, and documented in your report something different than you testified here today. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. How did you find out that you had made a mistake?
I misspoke when I was writing because we did bring it down to the bottom bunk, so I misspoke to say what mattress that was.
No worries. So when we are looking at the two exhibits, which is 22EEE and DDD, it's the same mattress.
Yes.
This is the mattress that was on the top bunk.
Correct.
That you got the projectile out of.
Correct.
Right. So when you testified under oath in your deposition and you wrote all throughout your report and property sheets that it was the projectile from the bottom bunk mattress, that was an error.
Correct. It was a misspokenness.
Okay. All right. Well, not just misspoken, it's in your reports too, right?
Right, but I'm saying the mattress that was on the bottom bunk that we brought down to the bottom bunk, but this was originally the top mattress.
Okay. Right. And you documented your property receipts the same way, correct?
Correct.
Projectile from bottom bunk mattress.
Correct.
Another picture here, 22RRR. Talked about this a little bit ago. Blurry there. There we go. I am pointing to the area of red substance on the west side of the bunk bed in this photograph that is below yellow marker B, we see the rod, we see yellow marker A, and green scale marker P. Is that right? All right.
Yes.
This large substance here, was any of that tested to determine what child was in that area?
No.
.22 SSS, we talked a little bit about this earlier, but on the eastern side, or to the right of the photograph, this area of red substance, that was swabbed?
No.
Okay. And no swab is done to determine which child's potential blood that may be, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, I found the photos. Okay. All right, so I want to talk now about what was recovered in the children's closet. I am going to show you what was marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 1. Ask you if you recognize this.
Yes.
Okay. And did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And you processed and collected some of the items that were in that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move Defense Exhibit 1 into evidence and ask to publish.
All right, will be received.
Thank you.
I don't have an objection to any of the photos.
Okay. All right. So Defense Exhibit 1, is this the closet in the children's bedroom?
Yes.
And you located a purse. Give us an idea approximately, because I see a lot of things in the closet. Give me an idea where that purse is in this picture.
You can actually see the bag. It's that,
That item.
the brown suede.
Okay. Let's say like right under the arm of what looks like a suede or leather jacket.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. Now, did you collect that purse?
The purse, no.
Why?
I was not instructed to do so.
Nobody told you to collect it. So you don't know whose purse that even is.
Correct.
Now, there were some items inside that, however, you did collect.
Correct.
States 22, UUU. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in fact the purse we were just speaking of with some items placed on top of it?
Yes.
And for the record, marked by evidence marker 19.
Yes.
Is that kind of marking everything in that photograph?
Yes.
Right. So tell me what we're looking at in this photo.
This is the holster. There's a magazine and a box of ammunition.
Okay. Now that ammunition that we see here, just in case you need to refresh yourself, I have zoomed in on the state's exhibit. Please tell the jury what box of ammunition, what caliber you view from that purse.
Norma 380 Auto.
And go ahead and tell us, Miss Bader, if you don't mind, what are these other two items? One looking a little gold and one black. What are these?
A magazine and a holster.
Do you know what type of firearm can fit that magazine?
I do not.
What, if any, processing did you do with the box of ammo, the holster, or the magazine?
I did not process them.
The firearm that you collected in this case was a .380, correct?
It was a Glock 42.
Glock 42. It's .380 caliber.
Yes.
Okay. States 22P. This is what we have kind of called the baby's bassinet. This was in the children's room.
Yes.
Not too far from the bunk bed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it is evidence, yellow evidence marker 7. What am I looking at here, Ms. Bader?
It is a piece of a gun holster clip.
What does it do? What does that do?
I couldn't tell you.
Oh, okay. So you don't know if like you cover the gun with it or you cover the
I'm pretty
magazine?
sure it clips off onto a holster, but I'm not a gun expert.
Oh, that's okay. All right. And then we see next to it what looks like a piece of chicken that may have been eaten in some sort of, you know, styrofoam bowl. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. What, if any, processing did you do with this clip, would you call it?
Yes.
Clip? What processing did you do with that clip that is found in the baby's bassinet, in a baby bassinet in the kids' room?
I did not process that.
And this is located, states 22C. It says C. That was located not far from the bunk bed, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier an area of blood on the floor. That's kind of an area in which first responders put Jayla down. Were you aware of that?
I do not know that.
All right. And then you had seen a drop or two on a pillow that was on the ground.
Correct.
Then there was some potentially, like on the door jamb and on the door coming in and out of this bedroom.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so do you collect the box of .380 ammo, the magazine, and the holster in evidence marker 19?
Yes.
Okay, but not the purse?
Correct.
Okay. Did you look inside the purse, inside the pockets to determine whose purse it was?
That was not my job.
Understood. Did Detective Hobelman have any involvement with this lady's purse and the items inside of it?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, all right. Does he have to like handle the ammo or anything like that?
No.
Okay, all right. So you were the one that collected it, well, not the purse, but the items inside, put it into evidence and do no processing on it. That would be you.
Yes.
Under the direction of Detective Hobelman.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so basically in this case, you had projectile, like a hole in the wall, which you marked as A, correct?
Correct.
And that's going to be a yellow scale marker?
Yes.
Okay, so we had yellow scale marker A. That goes through the bathroom wall, which is going to be marked A1.
Yes.
Okay. Then it goes through the shower curtain,
Yes.
which is marked A2. And then A3, it ends up in the shower wall.
Yes.
Okay. Now that projectile was fairly damaged or squished, as we would describe it.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the caliber of that projectile as you sit here today?
I do not.
Okay. Now, in terms of B, the marking on the bed frame, there was green scale marker B.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, yellow.
Yes.
Okay, here, let me put a picture up. 22RRR. And this is a good one because it's got the rod in it. So, damage B, because here's our A we just talked about, and our damage B. When you originally documented and spoke with us, did you believe that damage B went through and through the bunk bed?
When I originally documented it, yes.
And so did Detective Hobelman, right?
Yes.
If you know. All right. So basically what damage B is, and I use the word nick or damage.
Okay.
It does not extend into the ledge here, and I'm pointing to the ledge above damage B, nor does that specific lineup go into the wall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, so it's now labeled B, but then you have B1 and B2 that you originally labeled with Detective Hobelman, correct?
Correct.
Right. B1 was believed to be a hole behind the wall, which I see here with the rod.
Yes.
Right? Okay. All right. So originally you guys thought that B had went through the bunk bed into the hole, which would be B1, and then into the wall in the bathroom, B2.
Correct.
All right. You then later determined at some point that B is unrelated to B1 and B2.
Yes.
Okay. Same photograph still up again, that rod here, am I presuming then that where that goes into is going to be the hole in the wall, and it'll be now B1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And coming to rest, 22 VVV, is this the area in which you were able to recover that projectile?
Yes.
All right, how is the condition of that one, which is B1 and B2?
Good.
Much better than the other one?
Yes.
Okay. Besides the projectile in the mattress and the projectile, the two from the bathroom, any other projectiles anywhere near the children's room or into the bathroom?
No.
Okay. And the children's bathroom, or the side bathroom, not the master, that's going to be on the wall behind the children's bunk bed, right?
Yes, correct.
Master bedroom. You were talking a lot about items found in the master bedroom. Let's talk about that. First of all, you did not find any blood or any damage in the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Now, you collected quite a bit in the master bedroom. Let's go over that. One thing you collected was on top of the dresser in the master bedroom, and that was a live round of a 9mm Luger.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so it's not a .380 caliber.
Correct.
All right. And in fact, you can't shoot a 9mm bullet in a .380, correct?
That's not for me to determine.
All right. We'll check with other people later. All right, next. S&W Mag R spent casings in the Adidas bag. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. So spent, what does that mean, Miss Bader?
That means the bullet has been fired.
So maybe somebody went to a gun range and brought the casings home?
It's possible.
I don't know, something like that. All right. S&W Mag R, are those like rifles? Is that a shotgun? Is it just a larger caliber? What is that?
I do not know.
All right. You collected that?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, that's what we saw where you had a piece of brown paper down and you had all the items from the master bedroom on that.
Yes, correct.
All right. Also in the Adidas bag was 9mm Lugal toll ammo, again, spent casings. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. Also in the Adidas bag, we had 9mm Luger toll ammo, NFCR spent casings. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. Then we had 9mm Luger loose live rounds in that same dresser.
Yes.
All right. So it looks like there are no items in the master bedroom that are of .380 caliber, correct?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. The only .380 caliber was the items in the purse in the child's bedroom closet.
As far as I know.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you answer. I apologize, I looked away. All right, did you have any information or were you aware that Mr. Bass has a permit to carry concealed?
I did not know that.
Okay. Would that involve anything in which you were processing?
No.
Okay. Now, we have two adults that live in that house and share that master bedroom. Can you tell us all of these items that are not .380 caliber that you collected from the master bedroom, do they belong to Mr. Bass, Mrs. Bass? Do we know?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And do you do any processing of all those items that are found in the master bedroom? Besides the gun?
No.
Covering stuff. Give me, look at my notes. I don't want to have to repeat things I've already asked you. Now, the damage that we talked about a little bit ago in the bathroom, where we have the B1 and B2, and then we have the A1, 2, and 3, you cannot say for sure that is related to this incident, correct?
Correct.
But you have to document what you see, correct?
Correct.
The shower curtain, in which was part of projectile A, I believe it was A2, where it had went through the shower curtain, was there an accompanying hole there?
Yes.
Was it collected?
Yes, the one of the A3 you're talking about? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Was the shower curtain collected?
No.
Okay. The magazine clip that we looked earlier, I may have asked you this, let me know. The magazine clip in the baby bassinet, You wasn't quite sure how it was used, correct? It was in the pink bassinet. No swab, no prints done, nothing on that, right?
Correct.
Yeah. You did attempt to lift prints off the firearm that you located, the .380 caliber, or Glock 42, inside the drawer of the master bedroom, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you able to lift any prints?
Yes.
Or take photographs?
Photographs, yes.
Okay. Do you know any results?
I do not.
And you do not handle that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now that Glock 42, which is a .380 caliber, you did swab it for potentially DNA.
I did.
Did you note any red substance at all on it anywhere?
Not that I can recall.
Right. And what areas of that Glock 42 did you swab?
It would have been the grip and the trigger, the slide and the sights, the barrel, and the magazines.
Okay. Typically to do if you have a firearm?
Yes.
I'm going to talk about now defense. Let's start with this. Defense 2A and B. Okay. Defense 2A. What am I looking at here, Miss Bader?
This is an interior view of the front door.
Okay. And I see some potential red substance on that. What, if anything, did you do with this potential red substance that is on the back of the front door?
I photographed it.
Okay. This area down here, did you potentially note any pattern potentially for fingerprints?
No.
Okay. You didn't note any pattern, or you tried, couldn't get any?
I did not note.
All right. There was in fact also some red substance on the door handle itself, correct?
I do not recall that.
All right, we have defense 2B. Just a close-up photo, more closer photo you also took.
Any objection to their admission?
Oh, she had said no.
All right, they'll be received.
Sorry about that, Judge.
That's all right.
All right, we have some area down here as well that we can see better in defense 2B. Does that appear to be red substance?
It's a discoloration.
Okay. And these are the other two areas. Were you able to, you didn't swab these?
No.
Okay, why not?
To me, it was discoloration on the other side of the door.
Okay. Discoloration, but we do not know because you did not take a swab, correct?
Correct.
Defense 2C. What am I looking at here, Miss Bader?
This is the back sliding glass door.
Okay. I am looking at this child's, what appears to be a child's like car toy that's pink, and it says sunshine on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. There's some red substance, I don't know what it is, right here in this area. For the record, I'm taking my pen and I'm just circling a little area of some red here on the child's car. Do you see what I'm speaking of?
I do.
Okay. Was that processed at all?
No, looking closer at it did not determine to be paint.
But you did not swab it, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is the sliding glass door, so it's much further down the living room from the couch.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Because we had the couch first, and then we had the chair that had the two seats.
Yes.
Then we had the child's toy.
Yes.
All right.
All right, C, you'll be admitted.
I don't have anything.
Just checking my notes, Ms. Bader. Bear with me. All right. So let's talk about some work that you did in March of 2024. What were you asked to do in March of 2024?
I was asked to examine the Mandalorian blanket as well as the Batman blanket, and I was swabbing a area on the Mandalorian blanket.
And why were you swabbing an area? What were you swabbing it for?
I was swabbing a red substance that I had done a phenolphthalein test on, which tested positive for the presumption of blood.
Well, you did more than that, didn't you?
I took photographs.
Okay. Didn't you swab or look for possible GSR?
I did.
Okay. So when you have the Mandalorian comforter, how many areas did you test phenolphthalein for potential blood?
In this one, I was requested for the area number 6.
Okay, area number 6?
Yes.
Right. And who was marking those? Were you marking areas at the scene, or is that done later?
It's done later.
Okay, do you do it back at headquarters?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you had a positive on area 6.
Yes.
Right, took a swab for DNA,
Yes.
took photographs.
Yes.
Right. Now, in terms of possible GSR, tell us about the camera that you used and the light source to try to bring out the GSR.
Sure, so I used 2 cameras. One was called a Fuji IR, which only deals with IR, which is how you're able to see possible gunshot residue. And then we have a Crime Light Auto, which is basically a newer version of technology that is also able to have the IR filter, and you could see it through that as well.
Okay. So you took how many are you going to take swabs, or are you just going to
No.
have these photographs?
Just photographs.
All right. So do you know the results as to whether there was any GSR on the Mandalorian comforter?
I do not.
Okay. And Ms. Bader, was it the Mandalorian comforter and the Batman blanket?
Just the Mandalorian.
Okay. And who had you do all this extra work?
That was a request by Detective Clay Holbman.
Hobelman? Okay. And I know it goes without saying, but what is GSR?
Gunshot residue.
Okay, and that's residue that may be left if a gun is shot or a person's holding a gun or in the area of a gun.
Yes, correct.
Were you asked to do anything else to test for GSR in this case?
No.
You don't do anything with Miss Jayla Bass herself, correct?
No.
And you don't attend the autopsy?
No.
Okay. May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
When we were talking about the processing on the Mandalorian comforter with the ultraviolet light, what does IR mean? Please tell the jury.
Infrared.
So there was 2 different things you did to try to see if you could visualize the GSR.
Yes, just 2 different cameras.
And you collected a wallet at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And did you collect the items inside the wallet?
Yes.
Okay. And inside the wallet, I think you saw a driver's license of Mr. Bass, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And in that wallet was his carry concealed permit for firearms. Do you remember that?
I do not recall.
Did you take photographs of everything inside the wallet?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. Oh, sorry.
All right.
Defense counsel was asking you about some of the other live rounds that were found in the master bedroom. And she asked you, you wouldn't be able to determine who they belonged to. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you agreed with her they could have belonged to the wife Shirley or the defendant. You remember that?
Yes, correct.
Now, along with the opposing counsel kept calling it a women's purse, but the bag that was found in the children's bedroom, do you remember what it looked like? It was leather, and it looked like it had 2 straps on it, like a backpack?
Yes.
So would you be able to determine who the owner of that backpack was?
No.
So you have no idea sitting here today, or when that backpack was found and you photographed, who owned it or who used it often, right?
Correct.
Would you have been able to determine from where it was found or the photographs that you took who brought that backpack into the kid's bedroom and hid it in that closet?
No.
Now, when you take an item like a firearm into evidence and secure it and swab it, help us understand. Do you swab the same areas every time for DNA?
With guns, typically, yes.
tell the jury exactly where do you typically take swabs from on a firearm?
So with the guns, we take separate swabs. We'll do a grip and trigger swab, slide and sights, the magazine, and then the barrel.
Now, when you're talking about the slide and sights, I feel like grip is probably self-explanatory, the same with trigger. But when you're talking about slide and sights, help us understand what portion of the firearm are you talking about?
So the slide and sights, the slide is the top of the gun that you would pull back, and then the sights are the little dots on top that you use to help line up your shot.
So we have the slide, the sights, the trigger, and the handle. Specifically, what portion of the handle are we talking about here?
The trigger, the grip, sorry.
Of the
pipette.
handle. What part of the handle?
Oh, the top part.
Okay. Now, you were shown several photos of the top bunk of the children's bedroom, and your attention was directed to several areas of red substance. Help the jury understand, as a crime scene investigator who has done this hundreds of times, how do you decide what area or what substance to swab and what area or what substance does not need to be swabbed?
So in certain areas, there can be a lot of blood in scenes, it depends. We have had blood, me specifically, I've had blood stain training that you are able to, I can't state what a specific blood stain is, but I could kind of tell what it is, and based on that, you determine which areas of substances from each area should be taken, not necessarily each blood swab.
When you are being trained on to be a crime scene investigator, it's help us understand, is it like you can take an infinite amount of swabs per crime scene that you attend?
No.
Okay, help us understand, what are the parameters that you're given when you go to a crime scene and you're being instructed and taught during this blood stain instruction of how to swab and where to swab?
So we work with the crime scene detective, and we determine with them what areas of, because they also know more at the time than we do, and we just kind of walk through and determine the areas that are, that should be swabbed. Yeah. And then any areas back at crime scene is just kind of like how we process things, like the gun is typical of taking those areas to swab.
At one point, you were shown a picture of a pink and purple blanket that was located on the bottom bunk of the children's bunk bed. Do you recall that photo?
Yes.
It looks like a little girl's blanket.
Yes.
Did you notice anything specific on that blanket, like shell casings on top of it or red substance on top of it?
Not that I recall.
So did you locate anything of evidentiary value on that blanket on the bottom bunk?
No.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Judge,
All right.
can I ask one quick question?
Sure.
I promise it's only one. This reader described the item that you found in the child's bedroom as a backpack. You, in fact, in your report and throughout your deposition, referred to it as a purse, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. She released from her subpoena?
Yes, Judge. We would ask that she just remain under subpoena.
All right. Everybody good? All right, call your next witness.
Judge, we need a quick access.
Approach the bench for a minute. Start back, the lead detective is next. He'll probably be at least an hour for testimony and work another hour, or would you like to go home for the day? Don't worry, I won't ask you this very often, but we're just for timing purposes I didn't want to take a break if you really would prefer just to get an early start anyway. You want to go home early because of the traffic and everything? Or just a break?
You make it call, Judge.
Let him go? All right, then we'll go ahead and break for the evening and get started same time and place tomorrow, 8:45, meet the bailiff so we can start promptly at 9. No coming to any definite fixed opinions on what you've heard thus far. No watching the news media or have any discussions about the case. So have a safe trip home. Enjoy your a semi-early night because it won't happen every day. And then I'll see you back here at 8:45 tomorrow. Have a great night.
All rise.
All right, so I'm actually was able to do I didn't mean to scare y'all, but I was actually able to do what I wanted to do when I woke up. I just so happened to roll over and woke up early. I'm not going to be coming on this early in the morning, you guys, because I know I cannot be consistent with that, right? But we are able to get on current day, okay? Because this trial just started yesterday. So we have officially finished day 1. And this trial is actually starting, even they in Florida, they are an hour ahead of me. They start early this morning. It was scheduled to start for like 7:45 my time. So it's really, really early. Anywho, uh damn, a lot of people must think it's weird because I'm looking at Court TV right now, day 2, and only 1,000 people are watching. And yesterday it had almost 3,000, almost 4,000, or something like that, like a big number watching. So I'm wondering if what's throwing it off is because it's like no heads and tails can be made. But then again, it's a lot of trials going on right now. It's the Monica Cimatelli with the what they call her trial? What they call the Monica Cimatelli trial? Uh, that's the one in California that was boring as hell. We're gonna have to get. I don't know. I keep checking, and every time I check, that trial is still boring. They had that long ass investigation going on, so it's just like all of the cops and all this different phone and all that type of crap. The Karen retrial, the motions hearing going on. They got a new trial that started yesterday too, the corn rake murder trial, which I think we gonna cover because it's one of the stories that was featured on 48 Hours. So it's a lot of trial watches going on right now, right? So anywho, let's jump into let's talk about a couple of things. Yeah, we just gonna pass on the cemetery, and then what's gonna happen is once the hitman, like once the boyfriend, the racquetball coach boyfriend, once he come up in there to testify, we'll watch that. Watch that other little slow dude, the flunky, testify. We watch that. If she get her line cheating slutty ass up there and testify, we'll watch that. You know what I'm saying? We just watch the highlight testimonies, okay? I'm pretty sure that's the one you was talking about, Winter. So let's talk about really quickly. Let's discuss some of the weird things about this trial. Damn, I left my notebook on the bed. Number one, this is a real situation of really, like how the defense kind of said it. I don't know who did it. I do not know who did this. The mom, I'm slut shaming, because she's a real slut. You know what I'm saying? I normally don't slut shame, but that Monica Cementelli is a real tramp bucket, okay? She was having an affair, called herself Madonna, sending all kind of nasty pictures, swinging with the man she was having an affair with. I mean, she was just really doing too much. Okay? And hey, Lady Steph. Now, this trial, the mom is strange. Everybody's behavior at the scene with 2 children shot in the head are questionable to me. Nobody mentioned on a 911 call when the EMTs first showed up, when the deputies first showed up, nobody said nothing about my daughter upstairs. She been shot in the head. She not moving. I think she dead. Nobody said nothing about the little girl. Okay? Strange. When the first deputy came up and the mom was outside, which was strange. Why was the mama still outside when the deputy pulled up, when she could have told the neighbor, oh my God, wait for the cops to come, please, 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 show them where we at, and then ran back up in there to her daughter or to her son or to both of them. But she's still outside. No blood looked like it was on her clothes at all. Okay? Strange. Why didn't the mama leave and go in the ambulance with her kid? Strange. Why, when the cops say, who shot him? Why she didn't say, he did, my husband did, they daddy did. She didn't say none of that shit. She said the gun went off. Very peculiar. Why is that gun holster in the kid's bedroom? Why is it so much blood on a little girl top bunk where she was obviously laying down? You can tell that, okay? I'm not a blood expert, but it's obvious that the baby girl was laying down on that pillow when she got shot. Why? It's a lot of whys. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying. I guess I am trying to be funny. But why in the hell was that chicken wing in them kids' room like that? Why nobody cleaned that chicken wing up? It's a lot of things that make me not trust these people. Things that make you say, why, if she did it, why would he be covering for her? If he did it, why would she be covering for him? They're not even together anymore. Since this happened, she has filed and gotten a divorce. She ain't standing beside him, supporting him. And according to the defense, they try to put the gun in her hand, and then they also mention, per the opening statement, the fact that the son's DNA is on the gun. So is there a chance that somehow, some way, The son was playing with the gun in the bedroom. The son shot his sister. The son is the older boy, the older kid. Is it possible? We talk about an 8-year-old boy. 8-year-old boys, that's just the right age to be curious about guns. In some parts of the world, a lot of parts of the world, 8-year-old boys know how to hunt and use guns. In some parts of the hood, in different places like that, little 8-year-old boys, they know how to shoot guns, handle guns. That is not far-fetched. That an 8-year-old boy could literally pick up a gun, cock it, and fire it over and over. No, he was shot. He was shot. But what if we talk about some what ifs, right? It's a lot of what ifs in this case so far. What if I hear gunshots? I'm talking about I'm the mom. I hear gunshots coming out of my kid's room. I run in the kid's room, in their room. I see him with the gun. I tackle his ass with the gun. And he actually shoot himself and graze himself in the head. Mind you, he didn't get no direct shot to his head, like through it. He shot on his head like a graze, and the bullet hit his ear, and he also get injury to his finger. Well, they decide to protect their son. We seen that happen on the movies. Why else? That's the only thing. I'm going to just say this. At this moment in time, and the son is saying that he don't remember nothing, but the son is only saying he don't remember nothing after the mama has literally kept him from being interviewed. Then a year later. But we haven't heard the actual testimony. We only heard about that in the opening statement. And then I also read about that in the news article. That the mama stood between and kept him from really interviewing him. And by the time they got to interview him, he's saying he don't remember. And for some reason, the son, even though it's a juvenile, is not testifying when we know that they will go ahead and test and question them children and put them on the stand. So I think the reason why both sides agreed not to call the son is because the mama and daddy don't want the son called, which means yet again, they trying to protect him. I'm just throwing that out there as a theory. I don't know. But none of this feels right. None of it feels right. The son is still alive. It don't feel right as far as you would think either like how Winter kind of threw it out there. When Winter asked me, do I think is who protecting who? Is the daddy protecting the white mama or the mama protecting the daddy? And I don't think neither one of them protecting them. Each other. So who does that leave? The son. Who would they have a mutual interest in protecting? Maybe she made the son do it, but why would she want the son to shoot her daughter? So the son don't remember anything? Allegedly. Don't be lost. Come into the light. Is y'all lost or is it too many possibilities going on? Because guess what? Excuse me. The only thing we've heard so much, it ain't been no ground breaking testimony. The only testimony we heard was from the first responders. I mean, really? And now the CSI. So it's really nothing. The only reason I think the only thing that yeah, let me, because the only thing we've heard, right? This is the only it's just, I think what make you have that feeling of being lost is because it's so weird, right? But all we've heard so far is a 911 call that was made by the neighbor, not anybody in the house. Nobody in the house ever called 911. So all we've heard was the 911 call made by the neighbor, and he had come outside, and he gave the phone to the mama because she came outside for some reason. She was totally useless on that 911 call. Then we saw the testimony heard from the EMTs. We saw the body cam footage. What we got from that was when the EMTs got there, the daddy was sitting on the couch with the son who was still alive and in pain because he got grazed with a gunshot. Nobody, when the EMTs got there, said nothing about go check on the daughter. They wouldn't even known that there was a daughter up there injured. Because guess what? We found out the daughter was still breathing. The mama didn't say nothing about the daughter was up there. Go check on her. The daddy didn't say shit. Nobody at this moment in time, when directly asked, the mama did not say he shot them. The mama said the gun went off. The daddy makes some freaking cockamamie story up that this was an accidental shooting, but yet it's 5 gunshots fired, 4 of them land, 3 directly into the head of the little girl, 1 of grazing to the son. Exactly. What the fuck did you do? Not what the fuck did you do to my children? What the fuck did you do to my son? What the fuck did you do to my daughter? What the fuck did you do? I don't know. I don't want to get too far-fetched out there in the theory that the son done it accidentally or whatever. But right now, it's just not making sense. But let's continue with day 2. Maybe day 2 will make sense. Hold on. Day 2, they just started 4 hours ago. And with the magic of fast forward, we get to skip past a lot of the emotions and dead air. Hold on. And thank y'all for being so consistent right along with me. I appreciate it. Oh, there you go, Winter. What you was calling this lady yesterday? Oh, y'all don't see it. She better dress today. Seems like she would have been trying to stop her girl from bleeding, or CPR or something. Exactly. The mama left out the house. Boom. When it first happened and the neighbors was outside calling the cops, she ran her ass out there. He didn't go inside the house. Boom. When she knew 911, the people was on the way, help was on the way, she didn't run back in there. If the daddy got the son, you would think the mama would go to the daughter, dead or alive. But no, she still got her ass outside with a white and black dress on. Hopefully we'll see more body footage. Let me show y'all real quick. Let's go back. Hold on. Let's go back because a lot of y'all wasn't in here. Understandable. I'm not pointing fingers. Hold on. Because I kind of want to see that again too. Oh man, I gotta. Oh Lord, y'all gotta give me one moment. Give me one moment. I gotta get up for a second. Well, that's not the thing to leave it on. Uh, mm, boom. Let's go to. Let me show y'all one the standout testimony to me today from today. It would have been with that black the first cop that arrived. That black cop. Let's see. Right here. Okay.
That the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Y'all check out. We're gonna do a hold on. Now we saw this already this morning, but this is a that first black cop. I mean, it don't matter if he's black, but the first cop, boom, him. Check his testimony out. You're gonna see the body camera footage. Now we ain't gonna watch his whole testimony, but let me make a run, and this is kind of important. Let me see.
I am employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
What is your job at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am a law enforcement deputy.
Okay. Do you have any specific duties there as a member of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I am assigned to District 1 Patrol.
All right. And as part of a patrol, you go out and you respond to scenes, you pull over traffic infractions, that sort of thing. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. What was your position back on August 29th of 2022?
I was in the same capacity as a patrol deputy.
How long have you been working with the Sheriff's Office at that time?
At that time, roughly 1 year.
All right. Prior to that, had you had any law enforcement training or experience?
No.
Okay. Now, did you receive a call to respond out to a scene on Heritage Club Drive?
Yes.
And what did you believe you were responding to?
I believed it was a 911 emergency call. The details of the call weren't, to my knowledge, given because of the open line status of the caller.
Okay. But you knew you were responding to shots being fired?
Yes.
Okay. And were you one of the first units on the scene?
Correct.
When you pulled up, did you see anyone as you were walking up?
Yes.
What did you see?
I seen as I was driving up to the residence, I seen a male who was pointing in the direction of the residence, trying to guide me to the correct residence.
Okay. And then what did you see when you got to the residence?
Once I got to the residence, I seen a female exit the residence and approach me as I got out of my vehicle.
Okay. Did you have any involvement with her?
Yes. I had asked her, first she volunteered the information that her.
Judge, he's just arriving on scene.
Establish a predicate.
Yes. What was her demeanor at that time? What was her behavior like?
She was frantic.
Okay. And did she appear to be under an emotional stress of what had happened?
Correct.
Judge, I believe this would be considered an excited utterance.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. And so as you approached her, what was going on?
She was telling me that her son had been shot.
Okay. And what did you do when she said that? What did you do?
I tried to get information as to who had
Mind
shot
you,
her son. and
the son,
if he was
not the
still-
daughter,
if
not
the
both her
person who
kids.
had shot her son was still within the area.
Okay. And did she respond to you?
Hey, Miss Queenie.
She was very
98.
frantic, but she just kept saying, "My son, my son, my son."
Okay. And did you go into the scene, into the apartment?
I
Now, who
did.
don't think
I
that's
made that
strange as fuck?
decision once I realized I wasn't gonna get any additional information to try and clear the scene.
All right.
Oh, I gotta get up again from the desk. Y'all, hold on. I don't want to keep rewinding this. Let's just push pause for a second and everybody say hello, good morning to Miss Queenie 98. Well, until I get back. Hold on. Yeah, I'm back. Miss Queenie, I put you on the spot, huh? If I told y'all why I had to get up, y'all probably throw spitballs at me. I had to get up so I can go refresh my coffee. This is some good content right here. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Got to love me. I know. Got to love the D. Judge D lit. Let's get back into this this testimony. Because, baby, this is a real what the hell.
And were you one of the first ones into the apartment?
That is correct.
All right. And did you come with your guns drawn?
That is correct.
All right. What did you see when you went into the residence?
As I entered the front door of the residence, I seen a gentleman, adult male, and a juvenile male sitting on the living room couch.
Okay. Who all entered the residence with you at that time?
Deputy White and myself were the first two to enter the residence.
All right. After seeing that male holding his son, what did you do at that point?
I asked him if there was anyone else in the residence. I realized it was a two-story residence, so for safety of the deputies and everyone else, I asked if there was anyone else within the residence.
And what was his response?
He said no.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I then took the decision to clear the upstairs floor of that residence.
All right. And so where did you go at that point?
I walked up the stairs and I seen that there were multiple bedrooms within the second floor. And me and Deputy White cleared the 2 bedrooms on the second floor.
And which bedroom did you clear?
I cleared the master bedroom first, along with the bathroom that was on that side of the upstairs floor.
Paul, since we're taking a closer look at this testimony, I just realized something, right? So if they went in there if they went in guns drawn, that makes even more sense. Then it makes even more sense when they said anybody else in here. It makes even more sense that the dad would have said no, because like I said earlier, it made, with the dad saying no, nobody else here. I took that when I heard it this morning to mean he was saying nobody else, like no other grown up, no other shooter, no other assailant, right? And if they came in guns drawn, anybody else in here, it makes sense that the dad would answer that question no in that manner. But it also makes sense for the dad to go further and say, no, nobody else here, but my daughter is upstairs in the bed shot. It also makes sense for that to happen, which didn't. Okay? Let's continue.
All right. After clearing the master bedroom, what did you do?
I walked back to Deputy White's position where he was positioned near the children's bedroom, and I entered the children's bedroom along with Deputy White.
All right, and what did you see in the children's bedroom?
I seen bunk beds, and on the top bunk bed, we located a victim.
All right. What was this victim? What did she look like?
The juvenile female victim.
Okay, so little girl.
Yes, sir.
And what was her condition that you saw when you first saw her?
When I first saw her, she was laying on her side, facing towards the inward of the bedroom, and she had what appeared to myself to be a gunshot wound to the head.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera on this day?
I was.
All right. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 5. It's already been admitted into evidence. Did you review that video?
I did.
And is that video a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw when you went in on that day?
Yes.
All right. Does it publish it this time?
Yes.
Judge just renewing again any evidence or testimony based on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Hey, y'all, pay attention. Y'all finna see the mama. There she go.
Who shot him?
Who shot him?
It was the gun, it was the gun, it was the gun.
Did he shoot himself?
No, he did not. The gun went off. I need my son.
The ambulance is on the way.
Well, can you
Stay
fucking hurry up?
Stay outside.
Can you hurry up?
Sheriff's office. How many people are inside?
Wait a minute, I just heard something.
I'm gonna go around the corner. Is there anybody upstairs? Is there anybody upstairs? Hey, can you see where we're up there? We'll clear up here. I'm gonna hook around this corner, go out there. Sheriff's office, anyone upstairs? It's clear back here. You see your firearm? Oh. Hey, we got another one up here. What the? There's another child up here. Single zero gun tribunal. That's clear. Let me grab my med bag. Hey, see the fire still up there with her. She's still breathing. Start holding her till we go on med. Yeah, we're out of here now. She's breathing. Where's that? There's a shell right here. I don't see it, signal 0.
Deputy, a couple
wait,
of questions about that. So, when the video starts,
Wait. We got to. Oh my God, there's a lot to unfold. One of my moderators, please take note of this time, like at the 4-minute mark. Take note of that for me, please. I want to cut this and make sure we put it up because we about to solve this case. Okay. Now, let's rewind this and let's go back. It's a lot. I'm going to be stopping it along the way, okay? We might even slow this down. Okay? Hold on, let's see. From when he first pulled up and see the mama. And let me cut this up. Let me do a volume booster. I cut it up really loud on this volume booster I got. Okay, because let's check out. We heard part about the still breathing, Sean, but let's listen real close, y'all, to when the audio comes on, and he asks the mama, did he shoot her? Did he shoot himself? He asking her, did the boy shoot himself? The mama says, if I'm not mistaken, no, the gun went off. Check this out. And also notice the mother doesn't have any blood on her clothes. That's strange to me too. So in the time of your children getting shot and the help coming, you ain't touched neither one of your children?
Who shot him?
Yeah,
Who shot him?
It was the gun, it was the gun, it was the gun.
Did he shoot himself?
No, he did not. Hey, the gun went off.
Okay? Did y'all, am I right or wrong in what we just heard? She running in circles. Okay. No blood on her clothes at all. Did he shoot himself? No. The gun went off. The question that he asked was, did he shoot himself? She said, no, the gun went off. Oh, I'm going to play a little bit further, but we deep diving into this real quick. Hold on.
shot him?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Who shot
It
him?
was the gun. It was the gun. It was the
Did
gun.
he shoot himself?
No, he did not. The gun went off. I need my son.
The ambulance is on the way.
What can you
Stay
fucking
outside.
hurry up?
Stay outside. Sheriff's office. How many people are inside? Second, I'm gonna go around the corner. Is there anybody upstairs? Is there anybody upstairs? Hey, can you see your way up there? We'll clear up here. I'm gonna hook around this corner, go out there. Sheriff's office, anyone upstairs? This is clear back here. You see your firearm? Sweetie! Oh. Hey, we got another one up here. What the? There's a child up here. Signal 0, gunfire balloon. That's clear. Let me get my bed back. Hey, see the fire still up there with her? She's still breathing. Start holding her till we go to bed. Yeah, we're having her now. She's breathing. Where's that? There's a shell right here. I don't see a signal 0.
Deputy, a couple of questions about that. So when the video starts, there's no sound to it. Is that common when these body-worn cameras?
Okay. Now, what? Okay, we just played it back a couple of times. What do we? What how we feeling? Talk about the daddy, Miss Steph 219. Did anybody else hear what I heard? Am I by myself in this? I mean, I can be by myself in it. You know, I can stand alone. Y'all know I can stand alone. But is it just me? Or is it not strange as fuck that the cop said when he got out that car, he asked her, did he shoot himself? The mama says, no, the gun just went off. Help him, help my son. Nothing about the daughter. The cop goes up to the door. He asks, he calls in. How many people in here? He tells her to stay outside because they, you know. They ask him with guns drawn, anybody in there? He say no. Even then, with the cops going up there with guns drawn, no one says anything. Not the mother, not the father. No one mentions the daughter. Nobody. All of this is strange as the fuck. Why doesn't that woman, the mother, why does she not have NT blood on her clothes from either child? You got 2 children shot in that household. And you mean to tell me you don't have one visible drop of blood? You still got your high heels on? Even if you got one child, even if you think one child is deceased, beyond help, and you got one child hanging on to life, and it's 2 parents in the house. One parent obviously holding the son that's still alive, still able to talk. You're not going to go to where your other child at bleeding out the head. You're not going to get no blood. You ain't going to try to, you just going to assume she dead. You're not going to try to touch. You ain't going to do nothing. Who checked the post? Who checked the daughter post? I don't mean to be hollering at y'all, but I done got pissed off. How you just assume that the daughter dead if she got shot 3 times in the head, blood all over that bed? Who checked the daughter? Why don't she have no blood on her hands, her dress, her shirt? Why she ain't lean her head down to hug her daughter that's dying? This some strange shit. This is some extra strange shit. I have drink. Winter. I am on. Winter. You know what? You got me. You already know. I've been live 4 hours. I woke up extra early. I made a 12-cup pot of coffee, and the pot is running over. The pot is almost depleted. I have drank damn near a 12-cup pot of coffee. And I've been quiet. And I've been quiet and just listening, not giving no commentary. And I feel like I'm cracking the case, solving the case, okay? At this moment. So it is honestly a possibility that I'm extra hype the fuck up. Oh my God. Okay. Right. I I feel like I put it all together, right? That my son to me was putting emphasis on what's going on with him. I really think he was playing with that gun and did this. They didn't want their boy to speak. He would tell it. Yeah, at this moment, I'm kind of thinking that. Mrs. Love of Hip Hop didn't do nothing, but not even make the call from my house with 4 phones there. Right. Y'all laughing at me. Why not say my children? This is weird as fuck. Right. Lady Steph said that night cup of coffee had you screaming. Right. Oh, Lord, what the state of fuck? We right here trying to keep up too. Damn, we didn't commit the crime. I apologize. They acting like the daughter doesn't exist. Exactly. Okay, y'all. Okay. Kurt Bixson said a minute ago, all facts, Demetra. They just left the daughter for dead and didn't even move her to see if she was breathing. Right. So I'm whispering now. I don't know if y'all know that, but I'm whispering now. But a lot of you guys, a bunch of y'all, y'all wanted to definitely put some emphasis, pay attention to the fact that nobody went to go, that the daughter was still breathing when the cops got there. Right. Wasn't that a goddamn shock? Wasn't that a shock? When the cops said she breathing, because from all indications, you would have thought the daughter was dead and that they had checked and they already knew that. All right, y'all. Y'all don't forget, 4 hour mark. I gotta go back and cut this out, and I'm gonna put this as a standalone, okay, video. What we think happened. Let me see. Yes, I'm saying we. I'm including y'all all up in it. Now I want to whisper and shit. Child, I took myself all the way out of the stream, yo. I got a reshare and everything. You guys, y'all know I don't normally do this, but I want to go ahead and do a super super sticker challenge for the rest of this week, because this channel has made for the month of February on YouTube time exactly right about $38. Believe it or not, I wouldn't lie to y'all. So if we can get some money on this channel, it'd be great. And I still have not increased the what is called, I have got to do the member thing to get a higher membership. I have not worked that into the agenda to do it yet, but I know I need to do it. I'll have it done. My goal is to have that done by March. But either way it go, it'll be, no biggie, no pressure. But if we can get this channel to generate some funds, that'll be great. I cannot put the goal on here, and so therefore I get kind of left to the wayside. But yeah, super stickers and super chats, so I can get this in the form of cash apps too. But it'd be good to get the checks generating too, because then they go to how they supposed to go. Let me see. Anywho, let's keep this thing going. This is day. Oh, let me cut it down. Oh, it's Holly. Hold on, 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 hold on. I got this thing up super loud. Hold on. Okay. Put that back on regular. Okay. Okay. First witness of today. Pause. Do I have this on the screen? Nope. Thank you, Sharpie. Appreciate you for that super chat, super sticker, $20. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The membership is extremely reasonable. Y'all please consider joining the membership. It's clear you all to join the content. Yes, yes, yes. I think the membership might be what, 99 cents or something? Their mama was in the house not calling the police because she was trying to figure out what she was going to do. Exactly. They did Tracy. Wait a minute, what Tracy said. They were acting like the daughter doesn't exist. Exactly. Kurt Vixen said they did, Tracy, by not even stating she was upstairs. Right. The mama was not in the house. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm about to back away from the computer because the goal today is to get this trial pretty much as close to caught up in real time as possible. Okay. That way when I come on at 10, I'm going to go ahead and I have to come for 10. I have to. Oh, look, the purple one over there. Why the purple one not over here supporting my channel? Yeah, I see you, the purple one. I see your ass over there in Court TV. You ought to be over here with me. I'm gonna tell her so. Yeah. when getting caught in the chat goes wrong.
My name is Robert
Purple
A.
Prince
Durr
Papa, well, you
III.
know.
My last name is spelled D-E-R.
All right, I'm gonna back away from the computer. I'm gonna go back to watching it on
Mr. Durr,
TV
how are
with
you
y'all.
employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been working as a crime scene investigator with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 18 years.
And what are your general typical duties as a crime scene investigator with the Sheriff's Office?
So I respond to persons and property crimes where I document through photographs or other measurements possibly, and collect evidence as it relates to those types of crimes.
As part of those duties, do you from time to time attend autopsies as well?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what do you do when you attend an autopsy?
I take photographs, and then I collect any potential evidence that might be located by the medical examiners.
And by potential evidence, you mean things like maybe clothing or objects that are removed from the body, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibits 28B. And just if you can take a quick look at those, and you can open it. They're already open, so you can go and just see. In this particular case, or do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
They're the projectiles that I recovered.
All right, and so when you were at the scene in this particular case, you took photos?
Yes, sir.
And you collected those projectiles?
Yes, sir.
Were you present when those projectiles were removed from the body?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you observed them take them out?
Yes, sir.
And so then do you photograph and document them being taken out?
Yes, sir.
And then you collect them yourself?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may publish. Okay, I'm going to start with specifically 20A. Okay, and that in fact, you were there when that was removed from the body of Jayla Bass?
Yes, sir.
And you observed them and you took photos of it and then you collected it and took it into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Now, besides that one projectile, did they also recover some fragments from inside Jayla Bass's body?
Yes, sir.
All right, now I'm going to show you 20B again, which has already been admitted into evidence. I'm just going to show them this way. So they're very small, correct?
Yes, sir.
And these are in fact what is taken out of the body, and they've been described as fragments of a projectile. What would that be? What are fragments?
So fragments could be anything that separated off of a projectile. It could be where it was damaged or anything maybe split apart as it was entering.
Okay, so this is most likely from the same projectile that came into the body?
I couldn't be specific on that, but
Okay.
Oh my God, this is like the wrong place in the wrong time. But I have to show y'all what I just saw when I got up to go put the trial on the TV. Y'all ready? Brace yourself. Y'all about to see the cutest thing in the entire world. Are y'all ready? This dog, this puppy is absolutely horrible. What's in my cup, but what's in your cup? Yes. Oh my God, this dog is horrible. This dog is horrible. I promise you. What you worry about the wrong damn thing? And mind you, you see how he looking like, what I do? Did I do something? I couldn't have done nothing. What I did? He is so damn bad. He is so cute. And y'all know good and well I don't just have that laying around on the goddamn. Not how do a dog fit in it. Mind you, when I went around the bed, you know, I didn't see it from where I'm sitting. When I went around the bed, he was kind of like, he wasn't even, this is him sitting up to see me looking at him. When I first seen him, it's like, it was so funny the way all I saw was the cups. I know. Where's Renee? Oh my God, this dog. Now he made a pillow and cover. Oh my God. Not he was sitting. Wait a minute, went to say shit. He was setting up his tent. Wait. So y'all mean to tell me this was a pup cup? Get it? A pup cup? Y'all is so silly. He made a fort out my bra. I'm gonna get it developed. Look, you know what'd be funny? I'm gonna put this on the wall later on and say caption it. I'm gonna put caption this. Y'all know Lit Lane gonna cut the hell up. Y'all know this, right? So y'all got a sneak peek. Let's get back. This is totally not for the content that I'm doing right now. However, this is how this is how he first was, then he set up. I had to show y'all that. I had to show y'all. I had to. So I'm sorry for the interruption, but hey, you know, it's not always doom, gloom, crime, and blood and tears over here, okay? We are going to get back to our regular scheduled content. I am not drinking any more coffee. I'm going to start drinking water. And yeah, so let's get back focused. We focus. All right, back to the content. All right. Let's see. All right.
Yes.
Exactly, Lady Steph. That's why they didn't mess up.
Press.
Morning.
Peter.
Good morning.
Now, you did go out to the crime scene, right, and assist with the scene there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you didn't collect any evidence yourself?
That's correct.
And then you ended up...
Thank you, living my best life, OG, for that $49.99 super chat. Get Apollo a proper fort. I'ma say thank you, and then I'ma tell you, girl, don't do me, okay? Thank y'all. Now let me get focused.
being tasked with following up with attending the autopsy in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, routinely, when a body is received by the medical examiner's office, the hands are typically bagged. Is that right?
A lot of times, but not always. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why are the hands bagged?
To protect anything that might potentially be on there.
And that is typical of what happens, like at the scenes that you've been out in, where there's been a body at the scene, that the medical examiner's office will bag the hands when they're there.
Yes, ma'am.
In this case, when you attended the autopsy, was there any swabbing done of Jayla's hands?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, and then sometimes GSR testing is requested by the detectives, is that right?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
And in this case, that was not done.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
No.
All right, you can step down, sir. Thank you. He released from his subpoena?
Yes, mistake.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Call your next witness.
State calls Detective Clay Holman. Action Judge, can we call Cheyenne Miley first, please?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
What's that sound?
Hi, good morning. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Good morning. It's Cheyenne Wheaton. I'm sorry, Cheyenne Miley. It was Wheaton during it's an investigation. I apologize. It's Shyanne. Last name Miley, Miley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please tell the jury where you work.
I work for Hillsborough. Sorry, can you hear me? I work for Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a detective with our homicide section.
How long have you been working at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for almost 8 years, and I've been with our homicide section for almost 3.
So on the night of this event, August 29th of 2022, were you working with the homicide department as a detective?
I was.
What part did you play in this investigation?
She must be a genius or something.
The
She
events
look
of August
young.
29th of 2022.
The lead detective, Detective Gabo, asked me to pick up some additional video surveillance from a residence near the incident scene.
What residence did you go to?
It was off Heritage Club Drive. The numerical, I believe, was 13.
Away from this desk, but oh wow, they set up a video surveillance of these people. Wow.
937.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 6, but I want you to look at it. Do you recognize it?
I do.
When you went and you pulled the video, help us understand what process do you go through when you're pulling a video from a surveillance camera that may be at a residence versus maybe a business?
Well, I meet with the resident, confirm that we're allowed to view their video, obtain their video, at which point she did say that she was willing to provide the video with us. I check the date and timestamp on the live video with what I have on real time, so whether that's me checking my phone or my watch, and ensure that the date and timestamp on the video surveillance is in fact correct.
So when you went to this residence in Heritage Grove Apartments and you looked at the video surveillance at the timestamp, compared it to your phone, what did you find out?
I saw that the date was accurate, but the time was about 1 minute behind real time. So if Like, the time right now is 9:33, so the time on the video surveillance was showing 9:32, just for an example.
The videos that you pulled that are on what you've seen and identified as State's Exhibit 6, does it include the relevant time frame from the entire incident?
Yes, it does.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
No questions. All right, you can step down, thank you.
Thank you.
She released from her subpoena?
Yes, Judge. She is, Judge.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Clay Hoagland. Nobody.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Come this way. Morning again. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Yes, ma'am. The name is Clay Hobelman. First name is Clay, C-L-E-Y. Last name is Hobelman, H-O-B-E-L-M-A-N-N.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Tell the jury where do you work?
I work with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
I have worked there over 14 years now.
What's your title now?
I'm a detective with the Sheriff's Office.
Were you a detective on August 29th to August 30th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
At that time, did you have a specific unit or department that you were working in?
More broadly, I'm assigned to Criminal Investigations Division, and then more narrowly, I'm in the homicide section.
Help us understand, as a detective in the homicide section, what are your duties?
We investigate a number of different cases, exclusively homicides, as the name would suggest, but we also investigate cases that include any natural deaths, through suicides, overdoses, and then we have a couple other assignments that we will assist on if they're kidnappings. So we do a broad range of things, and then we will also cover for other criminal investigation units as well to assist in their investigations.
During a homicide investigation, is there just one detective that's decided to be involved in the investigation, or are there multiple?
Generally, we have no less than three for three specific and designated roles, and then we may also have other detectives assisting those primary three roles.
Explain to the jury so that they understand what is the purpose of having at least the three detectives involved in each homicide investigation.
Those three roles are going to include your lead detective, who is responsible for a majority of the activities or requirements for the investigation. You have your assist that is working in tandem with your lead investigator, and then you also have a scene detective or scene investigator whose responsibility is managing the scene and understanding all the facts of the scene, and then working with the lead investigator throughout the remainder of the investigation.
When you are a detective working with the homicide department, do you typically perform one of these duties of lead, assist, or scene at every single homicide that you go out to, or does it differ?
Yes, in every one of those cases, at least those three roles are assigned. As individual detectives, we may be assigned one role for one investigation, and we may shift to a different role for another investigation. But at least those three roles are always covered in every assignment or in every investigation that we go out to.
So since you became a detective in the homicide department of Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, have you had occasions where you were the lead detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you also had occasions where you were the scene detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this case involving the defendant Jermaine Bass, on August 29th, August 30th of 2022, tell the jury what your role was in this homicide investigation.
I was assigned as the scene detective.
When you say scene detective, I understand you just explained that it was walking around documenting the scene. Let's get into the more detailed part of what exactly you do. So let's say you're called out to a scene, you're given the role of scene detective. Walk the jury through what you generally do when you are assigned to be the scene detective for a homicide.
So the scene detective is responsible for first and foremost, the scene, the location where the incident is happening, as well as any secondary, tertiary locations that might be included. It might include vehicles. It's essentially everything that is going to be a physical portion of the investigation. Generally speaking, our scene detective is responsible for. That could include writing all of the search warrants for those physical locations or addresses. That includes the searching of those locations, and that includes the documentation, both collection of evidence as well as documenting through photographs, taking photographs, overseeing that the proper photographs are being taken.
So I understand that at a homicide investigation, there's at least three positions that are assigned. But is it safe to say that homicide detectives are generally not the first people to respond to a, for instance, shots called that call that comes in to 911?
Yes, that's fair. Generally, deputies are going to be our first responding units coming to that call to kind of assess what is happening there and make a determination as to the additional investigation that is required. And at that time, then phone calls are being made to request either homicide come out or special victims units come out, whatever detectives might be an assist to that investigation.
Once homicide detectives are sent to an investigation scene, are they first apprised by the deputies of what they saw when they first arrived?
Yes, usually to some extent there is some foreknowledge of what is happening at the scene or what has happened or has been observed. It may come through deputies, it may come through supervisors, but generally speaking, when we do arrive at a scene, we have some idea of what has been done at the scene or what we may be facing at the scene.
Based on the information that you're given, when you first arrived to a homicide scene, does that information and what you're told affect some of the decisions or the direction that you're documenting or your investigation of the scene? Does that information affect the decisions you make at the scene?
Yes, I would say it does. I think that as one of the responsibilities of the scene detective, you are not only doing that documentation and trying to get an overall objective understanding of what may have happened there, but you're obviously going to be contrasting the information that you're getting. First, your initial information of what is coming through your dispatch call. Secondly, your information that you're getting once you arrive to the scene and talk to your deputies or you're talking to some of those supervisors. And then throughout the investigation, our scene detectives stay in contact with the lead investigator who's out doing their interviews, who's out collecting video surveillance, and is getting a working knowledge of what's happening outside of that house. And they are in constant communication with the scene detective to try to determine what things might be of special importance or value within that residence.
When you became involved in the investigation of this case, were you given information by other deputies when you arrived about what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you told?
We were told that there...
Hearsay. Its effect on the listener judge. He explained that he was given information at the scene, and from that information, he makes certain decisions at the scene of what document and what not to document.
Well, I have no idea what was said at this time, so sustained.
Can we approach the bench to confer, Judge?
Sure.
Within entering the residence, the door opens inward and we come into a foyer area that has a kitchen just off the side of it. Beyond that, there's a dining room area, and then a little further beyond that, there's a TV room area or an entertainment room, I guess, or living room space. On that location or at that location is a black couch, and we noted what we believed was going to be some blood on the edge of that couch or the side cushion of that couch, as well as a small metal item that looks like a clasp or a toothed clasp that, just based on my familiarity with them, looks like the kind of clasp that's used to secure an elastic bandage or an ace bandage with those little teeth that kind of bite into the fabric.
Now, once you go up the stairs, what's the first bedroom that you see up on top of the stairs?
The first bedroom you come to when you are ascending the stairs is going to be what we determined was the children's bedroom.
Now, states 22R and facing on the Elmo. Are we looking at the top bunk in 22R, or are we looking at the bottom bunk?
This would be the top bunk, ma'am.
Okay, we're looking at the back of the photo. You can see a sticker that is on the wall right about the middle that I'm pointing to right here. It's a yellow sticker labeled Damage A. We see another sticker labeled Damage B. And we see another green sticker, which we see labeled red substance. I want to specifically talk about Damage A and Damage B. What wall are we looking at that we're pointing to where Damage A sticker is labeled on? What is on the other side of this wall?
On the other side of that wall is going to be a bathroom.
Now, I'm facing, one moment, I'm sorry. We're trying not to get the photos out of order, but I can't make any promises. I'm placing 22Z on the Elmo. Tell us to the right over here, what room is this? You can see like a small, maybe what, a quarter of an inch opening, and it looks like it's going into a room. Explain to the jury what room that this is going in.
So the darkened margin on the right side of your photograph as you're looking at it is going to be the darkened space just because of the lighting at that time of the children's bedroom or of the kids' bedroom, where that same bunk bed we just saw in the previous photograph would be located.
Once we're inside the bathroom that's depicted in 22Z, I'm placing 22AA on the Elmo. Is this a closer up image of that exact same wall? And am I correct in pointing to the yellow marker on A1 to the right? It's labeled Damage A1. Is that the same wall, the back side of the wall, belonging to Damage A?
Yes, ma'am.
And for reference, I'm putting back on the Elmo 22R. The Elmo is a little fuzzy, if you can give it just a minute. So the damage we're seeing right here in 22A. Is it your testimony from what you saw? It goes through the wall and exits in damage A1 that we're seeing on 22AA on the right over here.
Yes, ma'am, that is our belief. There is a space in just a normal construction space between those two walls. But yes, it would appear based on some other continued observations that we make once we get to A2 and A3, that that's going to be one continuous trajectory of a projectile going through the wall.
Now, you explained earlier that you were working with the homicide unit as a detective for quite some time. About how many times at the time of this incident had you been assigned to be a scene detective?
Probably in excess of 25 or 30 times for scene.
Okay, and during those 25 to 30 times, or other times that you've been called out to a homicide investigation, have those before included gunshots going through drywall?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an occasion in these prior scenes that you visited to notice the shape that a gunshot may make when it's going through drywall?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe for us the shape of 22R, where we're looking at damage A.
It would appear, oh God.
Well, oh, sorry. I was specifically wanting to ask to you, based on your training and your experience, the significance of the shape of the damage that we see depicted in this photo.
With this photograph, we're seeing a rounded shape as it goes through the wall. When you're seeing the clean edges, generally speaking, that would refer to an entrance, or the round coming from this side of the wall, penetrating into this wall. I think you can see slightly from A1, it's a little rougher, and that's because as it starts to come back out of the wall on the opposite side, it's pushing that material in front of it, so it fragments as it's coming out. And you'll see either the wall being pushed out in that direction, or you'll see it's a little bit rougher around those edges as the edges of those are pushed out.
The damage in A1 depicted in 22A that we see on the shower wall. You just mentioned if a projectile was going through the wall, you may see the sides of the shape made in the wall be pushed out slightly. Am I understanding that correctly?
From the exiting side, yes, ma'am.
And let's see, 22 double B, I'm placing on the Elmo. Describe for the record what we're looking at and damage A1 specifically around the shape that you notice.
So this would be what we believe is the corresponding exit from the A damage or the initial A damage. And you'll see where the paint is kind of chipped as that force is pushing that out. And we'll start pushing portions of the wall out with it as the bullet comes out of the wall or would be exiting from the wall. That's a hallmark of what we would typically see with that. It's not impossible to be reversed, but this would generally speak to us as this being an exit of a projectile coming out through the wall.
Now, when you're given information, when you first arrive to a homicide scene about what may have happened or may not have happened, as part of your duties as a scene investigator, are you looking to see whether or not the forensic evidence or the physical evidence at the scene either match up or don't match up to the story that you had been told may or may not have happened?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, we're looking at 22C. Damage A2. It looks like we're in the same shower that we've been talking about, our bathroom that we've been talking about, that is right next to the children's room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this shower curtain also depicted in, or a part of the shower that's in 22Z that we've been using for reference? If you were to walk in to the left, would you immediately see what we're looking at in 22C, the shower?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Now, tell us what you notice about damage A2.
It's-
Specifically the shape.
It is somewhat rounded, at least for a portion of the side. The upper, as we see in the photograph, the upper and then the right side of that damage or defect does appear to be rounded. And then there are, you can't see it in this photograph specifically, but you can kind of start to see it. There are subsequent holes behind that, or tearings of the same plastic shower material behind that, as it would appear a projectile continues on its path through the shower curtain.
We're looking at, on the Elmo, 22D. For reference, we see the same damage A2 that we were just discussing in the previous photo, but we also see it slightly blurred on the tile, a damage A3.
Okay, I don't know exactly what's going on with they sound, but if y'all anything like me, that is not what's up, okay? So let me
Angle
fast
for
forward
the
it
purpose of this photograph would be from a left
and
to
see
right
if they get it
angle.
corrected.
Object again to this witness outside his knowledge and expertise.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
But it was essentially answered. It's a downward angle and slightly left to right as it's seen in this photograph.
It seems like it
Based
might
on
be
the
fixed.
trajectory rod, is the angle traveling at a downward angle or an upward angle at the point in which it enters the wall?
Okay, it seemed like it may
marked by damage A?
have been fixed.
It's traveling at
Okay.
a downward angle.
22LLL. I'm placing on the Elmo we've looked at before. We've determined the same trajectory rod in damage A is depicted here in damage A1. I want to draw your attention to the angle of the trajectory rod depicted in this photo. I want you to explain the significance of the angle of the trajectory rod depicted in this photo.
It's still traveling at a downward angle.
So the level, so then I want to place on the Elmo 22 MMM. To orient us, we're looking at the shower curtain with the marker damage A. Is that 2 or 1? A2. I see a measuring tool to the left of A2. Tell the jury, and I'll actually zoom in a little more because it's kind of hard to see the defect or the hole of damage A2. What is the height of damage A2 that's depicted in this photo on the shower curtain?
We're looking at just a little below the 5-foot mark.
So let's say
4'11" and 5 foot.
4'11", right between 4'11" and 5 foot.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified before that, and we can see, I'm placing back on the Elmo. 22JJJ. I'm giving the Elmo a minute. Where we are using for reference the 5-foot, 5-inch height of the outermost, tallest portion of the bunk bed. Then I'm placing 22RRR, where it shows, and we've determined that damage A is higher than that 5 feet, 5-inch measuring marker of our vantage point right here, the pole that I'm pointing to over the outermost corner. You've previously testified that the trajectory pole shows a downward trajectory in the photo that we're showing here. And we know 22LLL, you explained, was also showing a downward trajectory of the pole. Is the measurement in 22 MMM that I'm placing on the Elmo consistent with the trajectory being at a downward angle coming from the wall, damage A1, to the shower curtain, damage A2?
Objection just again, and ask for continuing objection to this witness giving his testimony.
All right. The objection's overruled. You have a continuing objection. This line of questioning.
You can answer.
Yes, it would be consistent with the round still descending or being in a downward trajectory as it is traveling towards what we can pretty easily identify as its terminal point where it's embedded in the wall.
Now we're looking on 22NNN, placing it on the Elmo, where we see damage A3. Next to damage A3, we see a measuring tool. Tell the jury, what is the measurement from the floor, the height of damage A3?
It's between 4'10" and 4'11". 4'10" being kind of the bottom margin of that, where the grout is for that tile, and then 4'11" being the top edge of that damage, and we would expect the actual penetration to be somewhere probably in the middle between 4'10" and 4'11".
Comparing the height of damage A2 that we've determined to be about 5'11" and a half or so.
Or 4'11".
4'11", excuse me. I was looking at the number 5. You're correct. 4'11" of damage A2 and a half or so, to the height of damage A3 being slightly below that at 4 foot, between 10 and 11. It kind of encompasses the whole inch there. Is that consistent with the trajectory rod that we saw in damage A and A1 to be at a downward angle?
Yes, it's still downward or still descending.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22000. The marker on the wall, is that damage A1?
Yes, ma'am, on the right side wall, in the photograph just above the shower towel holder.
On the shower curtain, is that damage A2?
Yes, ma'am.
And we can kind of see, it looks like there's, over here, there's a cabinet on the wall that's sneaking out right behind the cabinet. It looks like we have another yellow marker that goes into the shower tile. Is that damage A3?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to the jury the purpose of using the trajectory rod from damage A1 in the bathroom wall to A2 in the shower curtain to A3 in the shower tile.
To again show the path of the projectile as it went through the bathroom, or the likely path of the projectile as it's penetrating through the wall, going through the shower curtain, and then embedding in the tile. So this is a fairly accurate representation of what that path would have looked like.
You just used the word the path a few times. What is the path?
The path of the bullet or the projectile as it's going through the wall and then ending up in the other wall.
And what is the path? It's at a what angle?
The path and trajectory is at a downward angle in this instance.
Is this the same pole that we see in 22RRR depicted right above damage A?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, based on your training and your experience and your evaluation of the trajectory rod used in this investigation, what occurred from damage A to damage A1 to damage A2 and to damage A3?
I think this has been asked and answered, Judge.
Sustained.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22R to reorient us. Are we looking at the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
Top bunk again.
I want to draw your attention to an evidence label entitled Damage B. I'm pointing to it. It's the yellow label that's closest to the bloody mattress. What does that look like to you when you were first there and you first viewed it?
Our belief was that was also a bullet damage or a bullet impact location.
Looking at 22FFF, what are we looking at here? Well, hold on. Let me start out with a larger view of it. And then, what's significant about this damage, specifically when you zoom in?
We believed, again, this is just a zoomed in or a closer up photograph of one of the preceding photographs of the same damage at damage B. We're seeing some blood in that same area, as well as some breaking of the wood on that framework. And towards the right, I would say the right edge of that damage, there's a little bit of rounded shape to that damage that we thought might be consistent with a bullet or a projectile striking that area.
Now, was that damage that's depicted in damage B what sometimes law enforcement would call a through and through, meaning that there's an entrance and an exit?
In terms of a medium before making that impact?
Correct. Like, is there a hole on the other side?
So for this area of wood, no, when we moved that rail away and moved the whole bed away from the wall, we did not see a corresponding hole coming through that piece of wood. So to us, it just looked like a fracture or a damage on the front side of the wood.
Looking at 22XX. Is this another view of the damage that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
You can just have a moment. During your investigation, did you have an occasion to inspect both the top mattress and bottom mattress for places that may be of evidentiary value?
Yes, ma'am, we did that.
Tell us about your inspection of the top bunk mattress.
In this same general vicinity of where we're looking at now, near where the damage B is, we did find a defect or what looks to be a tear or hole in the top fabric material of that same mattress.
In the photo that we're looking at, 22XX, where was the defect that you noticed in the mattress?
It's close to the same area where damage B is, a little bit inset from the mattress, so away from the wall, but where one of the concentrations of blood is located.
Judge, can the witness stand up, please, to identify the area he's discussing?
Yes.
Please stand up and point to it.
It would have been in this upper portion of the mattress, just forward of where damage B is, or just for the purpose where you're viewing it on the television screen, to the left of where damage B is located.
I'm placing 22D, D, D on the Elmo. Point to the area so the jury understands of what you're talking about, where you noticed a defect in the mattress.
Can you zoom in a little bit, ma'am? The area of defect for this is gonna be along where the same area. There's a splitting of kind of the foam in the mattress here. And that's part of where the blood was also, there's a little bit of blood that came through the mattress in that same location.
We're using the term defect, which feels like a more scientific term. In lay terms, what do you mean by the word defect?
A damage to it or a hole that is coming through it, some sort of tear or hole in the fabric.
Could that be seen from the top of the mattress before it's peeled up as we see depicted in this photo?
A little bit, yes. That was where we were initially drawn to the location of the hole or the torn area of the mattress from the top.
So you see this on the top, this torn area, and you decide to peel it up like we see depicted in this photograph, which is 22DDD. After seeing what you see depicted in 22DDD, what did you do next?
Continued to cut through that mattress to try to locate if there was an actual projectile somewhere in the mattress.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22EEE. What are we looking at in 22EEE?
Now we're looking at the same mattress, but with the entire top layer peeled back. So now we're looking at the interior spring arrangement of the mattress.
Is what we're looking at, what you just described in 22EEE, is this the same mattress depicted in 22DDD where we see it peeled up to reveal the foam?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it the same mattress that we're looking at in 22X, which is the mattress depicted in this photo to be on the top bunk that has blood pooling as stated?
Yes, ma'am.
After peeling back to see the springs in 22EEE, tell the jury what you noticed.
A projectile was located within this space where the springs were.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22FFF. This is significant. Number one, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a zoomed in picture, kind of a continuation of the previous picture of the spring arrangement.
And I want to draw your and the jury's attention to, it looks like an item that I'm placing my finger to. It's kind of a semicircle portion of an item. What is that item?
That would be a projectile, ma'am, or a bullet.
Is that consistent with the damage or defect that you saw occurred in the foam that you described before?
It could be, yes, ma'am.
22GGG, I'm placing on the Elmo. What are we looking at?
That would be the actual recovered bullet or projectile, just held in a palm.
The recovered bullet or projectile that we're looking at in this photo, is it the same as the projectile that's depicted and that we just pointed out in 22FFF?
Yes, ma'am.
And the projectile that we just pointed out in 22FFF, is it found in the same area as the defect that you described in the foam depicted in 22DDD?
It's actually a little bit towards the opposite side of the mattress, a little bit further in to the opposite side. It is still the same mattress, but it is not directly beneath where this damage is located, but a little bit further away within the mattress or within the spring space of the mattress.
Can you stand up and show us?
Yes. It would be found kind of towards the top of the screen on that side of the mattress.
So help us understand. Do you believe, based on your training and experience, the location, and for the record, I have 22X on the Elmo where it depicts damage B, that damage B and the projectile found in the mattress depicted in 22G are related?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury why you feel that way.
It was our belief that what you're seeing at damage B is going to be a deflection point where it is impacting or coming in contact with the side rail of the bed and then deflecting back in the opposite direction into the mattress and embedding itself through the mattress.
The lack of foundation and proper opinion for
All right.
PSV.
Overruled.
You can repeat it because she was talking.
Where it's impacting the railing and then deflecting and coming back, or ricocheting and coming back through the mattress and ultimately being located in the mattress through the space where the springs are located.
Let me just have a moment, Judge. I need to set these aside. Behind the top railing of the top bunk bed, at some point you see another trajectory pole that is like a red or pink in color. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
During your investigation, did you have an occasion to follow the trajectory of that damage to the wall and determine what happened at that point of entry?
Yes, ma'am. As I recall, the initial entry into the wall is marked by B1. It clashes a little bit with B, but that was because at the time that we were investigating, we thought that B1 may be a continuation of the damage to B through the frame into B1. However, once the bed was removed from the wall, we realized there is no continuation or no hole on the back side of B. Therefore, B1 was identified as a separate and independent bullet damage to the wall, accounting for a different projectile.
And I'm placing on the Elmo 22FF, we see damage B, but behind that on the wall, we see poking out a yellow evidence marker. Is that what you're discussing, that you thought that damage B and what's behind the evidence marker on the wall, you thought they were related?
Yes, ma'am, we did. The one behind it, though you can't see it, it's going to be the same one that's going to be seen later as damage B1.
Damage B1, did you determine on the other side of that wall where that projectile landed?
Yes, we did. While there's not a punch through the wall with an actual exit hole, we do see a kind of conical shape on the back side of that wall where it looks like something impacted and it just didn't come all the way through the wall. So it struck the wall from the space, the voided space in between the wall, but it didn't actually go all the way through the drywall. It just struck the bathroom side of the wall.
And we're looking at 22QQQ. Damage B2 we see labeled on here. Is that what we would call the defect on the wall that you noticed that was related to damage B1?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Tell the jury about the different heights of damage B1 and damage B2.
those would also be in a downward trajectory from where we think our entry point is on the bedroom side of the wall to where we see our impact point on the bathroom side of the wall.
I'm placing on the Elmo 22P. What's the height of the damage of B2?
Can you back out just a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I didn't realize it was still so zoomed in.
So the floor is almost covered, but we're looking at 4 feet and somewhere again in between 9 and 10 inches. So 4 foot 9.5-ish on the bathroom side of the damage.
And damage B1, that would be depicted in 22F. Again, we're only seeing the very edge of the marker behind here, but just for reference, is this the same top portion of the top bunk that we've measured out as 5 feet and 5 inches?
What? They starting to make that noise again. And he stayed up there a long time. Damn. Don't forget, this is the best of trial with Demetra. In case you knew, they are currently showing this on Court TV. However, it's making some type of sound problem, and because of that, we're gonna go ahead and skip past that. I think that because of all the questions and because of all the confusion on this trial, I think that a good thing to do, you guys, will be, I'm going to keep my eye open and living, you guys. I'm going to keep my eye out for, like, the Vinnie Politito and opening statements, you know, the different shows and commentary shows they be having on Court TV. I'm going to keep my eye out, and on the look for some type of breakdown of what's happening so far or some type of commentary, right? And we can watch it together so we can get some of the legal pundits and experts, some of their opinions about the trial so far. You know, I normally don't do a lot of reviews or live reactions to their commentary, but on this trial, I think it'll be kind of helpful, you know? So we have been here 5 hours today. Let me see who next. Let's see who next, just to get an idea. Because I'm nosy. Let's see. And I think we're going to end it here because we got to come back this evening. And I got to, even though I haven't been at the desk. Oh, yeah, that's alone. She's going to be up there a long time. I don't know who she is. Let's see.
Cells or body fluids in order to develop DNA profiles. And these are all done.
Okay, she's doing the DNA.
And what are DNA profiles? What does that mean?
A DNA profile essentially looks like
okay.
on a graph.
Child, y'all might be getting uploads of these people here. Our patience level over here is lacking. So we're gonna go ahead and end it here for our daytime trial, okay? Thank you so much, everyone, for coming in, participating. Thank you, Sean P, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Living, for the $49.99 super chat. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the Little Lane Jury Box, period. Please consider becoming a member if you have not yet. And you know, stay tuned in. We come back tonight at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time for night court. You guys know that we are doing 2 trials at one time right now. We are currently following, or we just started last night, the murder trial. Okay, so we pick back up on that tonight, part 2, episode 2 of the murder trial. So I will see you guys. Wait a minute, you said yes. Our attention, our patience for that is lacking. We're gonna work on it, okay, for the forensics and the sciences of it all. All right, you guys. I shall see y'all later this evening. Court is now adjourned.
Thanks for watching. Do not forget click the subscribe button and hit the bell icon. Like, comment and share. See you next time.